I didn't say that whoa, that doesn't sound good. I didn't say that I was over Avengers Campus. I'm asking, did you say it? Are you over Avengers Campus? That's what I'm saying. How's everybody doing today? All right, everyone. Let's get talking here about today's topic. Just going to dive right in today. I hope you're having a great day wherever you're at today. Let me just fix a couple things here on my end. I thought cast member point. I picked today's topic because of this. I've heard a lot of people already say, I'm kind of over Avengers Campus. Like, you go in there and you cruise through it and there's just not a lot going on. And I thought it would be interesting to have a conversation for the hardcore, you know, the people that have been there several times or people that did a 5-day trip. Like, how much staying factor is there for Avengers Campus? And before I get into taking some of your questions, I'll put it this way. I love the Avengers Campus. I believe in its future. I believe in its promise. That being said, if I'm being completely honest, when I go to DCA, yes, I always walk through it. I always kind of go by and check it all out. Sometimes there's a lot going on in there. Sometimes there isn't a lot going on there. I'm worried about Disney's attention to detail and how they can kind of sometimes, you know, over the span of time, kind of let some topics go or some attention to detail go. But when I compare it to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, and I know they're two different things. I actively just wanted to be in Batuu. I wanted to go there. I wanted to sit in it. I wanted to feel what it was like to be inside of there. It's just so much larger and so much more immersive. So if I'm judging in my mind, I like it when I'm there, but I don't know how much I miss it when I'm away from it. And I think that's a fair assessment without being negative Nelly for a much smaller land with smaller offerings that I've kind of experienced it all, and it can get a little crowded because people don't know where to be at in there sometimes. So it's hard for me to always kind of know what the vibe is. But I want to know to you. Crystal Ray today says we haven't been yet, but planning for September. See, I'm very excited for a lot of people to see it. This is kind of more about, you know, the long term, where it's going, how people feel about it. JT hasn't been there yet either. Matt Mamelka says, I need the Spider-Man stunt show to have more times available in the evening or in the morning. It feels jammed the midday when the park is busiest. It makes it less enjoyable. I think Matt's got a good point there, because a lot of the stunt shows and things that we see, I realize I don't even have my slides on. Let me start over. Already over Avengers Campus. Let's get me out of the picture. Are you already over Avengers Campus? There you go. Johnny Metro says it's too hot and it's too packed mostly. Johnny does make a good point. It is a very hot land. It doesn't have a ton of shade. It doesn't have a ton of coverage. So I definitely understand that. I just brought up this topic because I've been hearing this sort of thought from people that it seems as if a lot of the hardcore people that go several times are talking like they're already over it, that they're not impressed by it after 1 or 2, 3 visits. Daphne Lee, thank you so much for the super chat. Let me drink my super cola here. That's right, new invisible cola. What? You're drinking cans that people can see? Catch up, man. Catch up. True influencer. Invisible soda is all the rage. It's going to be invisible too until somebody sponsors me. Gozi says they need to add more rides and things to do to keep people interested. Or, I mean, adding rides is like super expensive and a whole long process. I get what you're saying though, Gozi, because they could adjust the shows a little bit more often. You know, it's like after you've seen the Flying Spider-Man, it's kind of one note. Richard Davis says, we went opening week. We will go again and see how it is without the virtual queue to get in. I do like the concept. I like the concept too. I like the land. You know, I I'm just going off the vibe that I've caught from people. I'm just going off the vibe. Gina says, hey, Brickey and fellow citizens of Disneyland. Howdy, Jeff, the sheriff, and Anna Banana. Can't wait to finally visit in November. First time back since July 18. See, that's making me feel bad that I'm already saying that people are over something that some people haven't seen yet. Federalist, it is California's hottest campus. No doubt about it. They didn't put a lot of shade in there. Sean says, love you, Brickey, but you got to know most of us haven't been to Avengers Campus, let alone to get over it. Yeah, I'm starting to see that. Well, I mean, forgive me, but I live in Southern California, and I'm around a lot of people that have been to the park on 5-day, 2-day, 3-day tickets, and they've been several times. And I'm just saying, what is the staying factor for people that have gone over and over again? Scary Gary. See, here's my bud Gary, right? My bud Gary from Alaska came down to the park, did a hardcore rip 3 or 4 days. And this is what an awesome citizen of Disneyland my buddy Gary is. He knows he's coming out in October. But when they announced that they're doing the Haunted Mansion holiday overlay, he said, no. It's been a pandemic. It's been a year. I got to see the Haunted Mansion just the way it is. So this is a hardcore Disneyland guy, comes down, rips the park nonstop for like 4 days, and says he really can't wait for them to get that second ride in there. And that's just one of the things I hear from a lot of people, that there's not a lot to do. And I mean, people gave that same review in opening days to Galaxy's Edge when it was just one ride. But Rise of the Resistance was only months away. The second ride for Avengers Campus, or the third one, because Mission Breakout is part of the land, is years away. So it is definitely interesting. And by the way, guys, I do need, I can't just show up and go live without a topic. Johnny Metro says, I very much respect the dedication of the cast members that perform in that heat. Yeah, man. Like, could you imagine being Ant-Man or the Wasp in those domed helmets and having to stand out there in that sun? Because they really seem to load the land up between like 3 and 5 o'clock, which is just peak direct sunlight. Mikey Stain says, I feel like Avengers Campus is a once-a-trip visit. There's enough to do for a few hours, but I can't imagine that if you go multiple days booked, that you visit AC multiple times. See, I think that's a very fair assessment of this smaller land. Let's see here. Looking for some other people talking about today's. Gozy says, different shows like the combat one is getting old. Change it up, but I do love it there. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't think that it's a matter of people not enjoying Avengers Campus. I think people genuinely like it, and I mean, people love Marvel. But what's the staying power? And for those of you that haven't been yet, I can't wait to hear, after you've been there 2 or 3 times, I would love to hear what you think the staying power of it is. And don't worry, we're going to look into the future of Avengers Campus. I just wanted to have this conversation first to take the temperature of the room. What's up, Kitra? I love it because it's always changing, new characters, new costumes, and movie props. There's always something new to see, and I hope it stays that way. You're definitely right about that. They have made the subtle changes where they can. Like, let's look at Loki, for example, right? Each week, seeing Loki show up in a different costume pertaining to that week's episode. We've already seen Black Widow shift over to the white leather jumpsuit. So yeah, they have definitely edited it as they've gone along. And to that regards, this land is way more successful than Batuu, because Batuu, they promised us the moon. Actually, they promised us 2 moons and barely gave us 1. So yeah, you're definitely right there. They add in the little things where they can. And I have to say too, the effect of Avengers Campus over on Batuu has been seen. Like, I've now caught the Spy, I've caught Stormtroopers and Kylo Ren all on film standing in the courtyard where the Millennium Falcon sits. So you'll definitely see it go the other way. Darlene says, there's nothing to do. It's more boring than I thought. See, Darlene, I want to celebrate you for your honesty, because when I'm not live and people are like, I haven't been there, Brickey, stop complaining about something I haven't seen. I hear that a lot. Like what Darlene says is something that I'm hearing often out in the world, or when I talk to people at the park, I go, oh, what'd you think about Avengers Campus? You know, because I love meeting citizens of Disneyland. And then people are like, eh. So I've heard that enough to make a video based off of it. Let's see here. Carrie says, Thursday's my first day back, starting at Disneyland for Haunted Mansion. Specifically, should hop over to DCA if we'll be there for the bash on 9/12. Can't wait for the boogie bashes to come. Or good enough to just spend an entire first day at Disneyland. Oh. So this is a question. Let me slow this down. Thursday's your first day back, starting at Disneyland for the Haunted Mansion. Specifically, should we hop to DCA if we'll be there for the bash on the 9/12? No, man. Just soak in one day of Disneyland. Just soak it in and then make that like, let me slow down my thoughts here. I like spending one time in one park and going through the details and the minutia. Therefore, but you got to take this in mind when I give you my opinion. I'm not a ride crusher. I'm a vibe crusher. So, you know, I could get lost. I could spend all day in any land and be content. But Carrie, spread it out. Have a good time. I'm happy to hear you coming back home to Disneyland. Sean brings up a point. What land is better in DCA besides Radiator? Realistically, well, I have to think that the Pixar Pier area is just really, really nice because there's so much to do and there's so much vibes. And if World of Color is operating, like, I really enjoy aesthetically Cars Land, but I think the best land inside of DCA is the Pier Paradise Gardens area. That whole area, if all systems are firing and they got World of Color going on, like, to me, that is the true heartbeat of DCA. Cinder says, I remember the day I stood at the standby line for 4 hours just to get in. Hey, man, that's called being hardcore. You can never regret standing in line for hours for something at Disneyland that next week you just walk right into, because it's worth the standing in the line. It's worth the community of being there. Kitcher says, give me that Grogu and Batu. Oh, you know, Kitcher, there's just like a marketing person somewhere going, okay, explain to me this timeline for the 100th time and tell me why we can't put Mandalorian in this damn land. Explain this to me, you nerds. You know, there's a marketing person somewhere that is having that conversation and ripping their hair out because their bonus depends on it. Wendy Like to Win says, when I go, I can only stay 20 minutes, grab a bite and see a character show, and then I'm out. But I'm not in an hour line for the webs in the sun for web slingers. Yeah, I mean, web slingers, in my estimation, web slingers is fun. Everybody should do it. It's my favorite video game style attraction at the park, and that does include Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. But after you've done it a couple times, I would never say no to it. I don't know how far I would go out of my way for it, like I would for, some other experiences. Adam Nichols says, haven't been yet, but we'll finally be there out in October. Excited to see it. But based on videos, as a Marvel fan and a Star Wars fan, I can live in Batu, but can't see myself living the campus. Adam, same page, brother. All right, so let's do this. Carrie, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you for this. What I felt, DCA Avengers Campus will wait then. Yeah, man, just take your time. Take your time. You've been gone. There's been a pandemic. Don't rush through Disneyland. Stroll through Disneyland. That's what I'm saying. All right. A lot of people, we need another attraction. Let's look at the future of this land, right? Let's do that. Because I really do believe in the concept. I just keep hearing a lot of people saying, I don't know, man. I'm kind of over it. And I always do go there, but I don't necessarily go out of my way for it. So let's do this. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge is a whole different animal, right? It's a big land. And then we have Avengers Campus, small offering, feels like it's going to be rolled out to us in stages. The debate between these two is a conversation that I'm going to be having soon with everybody's friend Peter over at Ordinary Adventures. Who knows which way he might sway in this debate, but I'm really excited to have this conversation with Peter because Peter, not only does he understand these as a theme park enthusiast, but he also understands this from his day job, which is slash film, and somebody who has been, debating, these movies and reviewing these movies for, the last decade. So when he and I do a podcast talking about the difference between these two and all that, it'll be a very great conversation. So there are certain things I'm going to stay away from so it just doesn't become redundant. I was hoping Kitcher would still be in here when I made this graphic come up. Oh, yeah. 20 minutes well spent today, Brickey. 20 minutes well spent. Hey, that is a good look for Peter. But let's do this. Let's start with Batuu because that's what we know right now, okay? Star Wars Galaxy's Edge Batuu has first the Resistance area, where this is where the good guys live, right? It's home to Rise of the Resistance, arguably one of the best attractions that Disney has ever made. It also has a couple of little pop-up stands, but it's pretty sparse because it's definitely way more about the vibes and way more about transitioning your mind. I just screamed at Peter, turn on the stream so that he could see my Peter graphic with or without lightsaber. If you guys want the basic Peter, that's one price. You want to go lightsaber, you gotta buy the deluxe one. That's for legacy pass holders only. So in this land though, we have the Resistance area, right? It kind of begins the storytelling. Then in the center of the land, we have my most favorite part of the land, which is sort of the neutral zone, right? This is where the citizens of Batuu dwell. This is where the stores are at. This is where the smugglers run. Attraction is Doc Ondor, which is, I think, one of the best parts of Galaxy's Edge. Hands down, the best designed shop inside of Disneyland and really taking storytelling up. Peter, I'm glad you enjoyed that. And then we have the First Order area, right? So just like the trilogy, just like a great movie, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge is divided up into 3 acts. And currently, when people say that they're a little bit bored with Avengers Campus after they've been a few times, what they're saying is that it's one-dimensional. Right now, it tells one story of the campus. So currently I have blued out everything that we know as Avengers Campus, and I'm going to go ahead and include in it where the upcoming dark ride, thrill ride will take us to Wakanda. That's still happening. All right. So right now what people are saying is that the vibe feels different. And of course everybody's going to compare this to the last thing, even though they're not the same thing, because how could you ignore your last experience, right? It's like, it doesn't matter what the next Marvel project is on Disney Plus. You go, well, how was it compared to Loki? Because that's the last thing that I saw. Last night I saw the new Suicide Squad movie. And of course, I wanted to compare it to the last movie or Birds of Prey. But it is non-comparable because it's actually a really great movie. Like DC finally found a rhythm, and it's what I've been saying for a long time. Marvel has struck gold with the perfect balance of comedy and action, and they've made really great family movies. DC needs to skew adult. They need to go dark, and that's what this movie does. It's phenomenal. Disney Ortega says, do you think there will be a expansion? Disney Ortega, I appreciate your super chat, but you're getting ahead. You're getting ahead because let me answer your question, Disney Ortega. If we take this land here and we carve it back a little bit, right? Then that does give us the ability to create that neutral zone, which is currently known as, is that Hollywood Boulevard or Sunset? I always forget which one it is. But this is what I'm getting at, Disney Ortega, because you're thinking the same way as me. If you make this middle tier here, right? If you make that a neutral zone, you can still have some of the things in there need to, but this could be an area where good guys and bad guys come and go. For example, how smart and clever would this be? What if the Hyperion Theater, right? What if that was supposed to just be like a play and you watched, 5 minutes of a regular play and then it's invaded by villains? So you're like, uh-oh, villains are everywhere inside of our play. And then the good guys have to come in there and get them out and free us, the audience, right? With a neutral zone for Avengers Campus, there could be lots of things that you would assume is a regular place, but this is where the action can kind of cross paths. So don't say Hyperion Theater Marvel show. Tell us Hyperion Theater whatever show that then kind of turns into a real superhero quest, which then, to finish off this graphic, if we look at the far edge of the Hollywood land, the backlot, which is really, really struggling right now and trying to find what am I without Avengers being in there. This area, especially with some of the Disneyland Forward plans that are up in the air, this area could then be like an action type area where we see a war-torn area, right? Where buildings have sort of been demolished. Like a lot of that patina and distress that Disney's been very, very good at designing lately. This could be where there could be a thrill ride, like a smaller West Coast version of something like Cosmic Rewind, but obviously not after Guardians because they don't need 2 attractions. But, we're seeing the Rock and Roller Coaster get themed to Iron Man internationally over in Paris. So if you look at what I've done, if this was the campus, right? The campus is where you train. The yellow area is sort of the neutral zone where things kind of come and go. And then the red area is sort of the war zone or the conflict zone. This would feel very full. This would feel very on par with Batuu. This would feel like we have properly honored a franchise which has made more money than Star Wars has over the last 10 years. This is why I think people currently that have been there a couple of times feel unfulfilled, because this is way more on par with what Disney taught us to get used to. All right, I'll take your thoughts now. I love it, but I don't see Disney doing a theater full of people taken hostage in a show. Of course it needs to be massaged out. Do I look like an Imagineer? Get out of here. But you get what I'm saying in that area. Spider-Man the musical. Get out of here. The footprint is just tough being so close to Harbor Boulevard and the Esplanade. I can say that word, but I can't read that word. They'd have to think about heights of buildings. My America. Because if Disneyland Forward gets going, there was already a plan to absorb this area. Also, did you know this? If you were to take the building that houses Soarin', and if you were to put it on level ground, it's about as tall as Guardians. So there is the ability to go down lower, meet it up, palm trees on the other side. I mean, whatever's there is an outer edge type building. So it's palm trees. It's a big building that they paint go away green. And they actually could do a lot there because it is on the edge, gives them the flexibility to do that. Edward Strong, I think Batuu could use more rides too. Well, hey, hold on to your hat there, Edward, because it's going to be a long time before that happens. Yeah, I mean, Federalists always go someplace negative, Richard. Not taken hostage, but recruited, or maybe being seduced. So there we go. I think when you look at this scale of things, it kind of gives you an idea of why people feel different. Herbert says you could say that the campus has 2 acts. The first is the Spidey stunt show that welcomes you, the campus, and then Act 2 is the rides and shows. The Avengers e-ticket will be Act 3. I mean, Herbert, that's squeezing a lot of acts in a very, very small place. And I kind of feel like the idea of the Avengers campus dark ride or Quinjet ride is that we're being recruited. We're going to go out on the Quinjet. Something bad happens. Now we have to learn to fight aside of them. Like, it feels like to me the narrative of that is very much wrapped around the campus. And I kind of feel like the campus is one act. Guardians kind of wedged in there to add a little bit of difference, but kind of feels wedged in there. The highlighted area looks like the Infinity Gauntlet. Hey, right? Sharpie, aren't we all hostages on Rise? Don't we get thrown in a jail cell? Today's show brought to you by Clear Soda. Invisible soda. If you're drinking soda that people can see, then you're not part of the scene. Good call, Anna, on seeing that as the Infinity Gauntlet. I did it on purpose. Totally planned it that way. All right. So there you go. That's kind of an idea of why I think that I have heard this from many people, because this is the expectation. Although that this is going to be quite some time from now, quite a ways away, as they say. All right. Do you think Avengers Campus overall feels cohesive when including Guardians of the Galaxy? So, Simmer Pop Shop, I think that they did a good job, and I think that the reason why the Doctor Strange area is there is because the Doctor Strange area does match aesthetically and the vibes of Mission Breakout. So I think they did a good job of pulling it together. I mean, I'm not going to lie. It does seem like a little bit off or a little bit different, but not so drastic. And I think really how they could handle this, you can't see that. You can't see my mouse. How they could handle that yellow area in there could bring a little bit more gravity to the Guardians building. Edward Strong says, if Marvel expands like that, would they change the name of the park? They would be removing a lot of the California. I mean, you can look at it two ways, Ed. You can look at it two ways, Ed. It's slowly turning into Disney's Adventure, right? So you could call it Disney's Adventure, or you could call it Disney's California Adventure because it's an adventure that happens inside of California. But as far as creating new attractions themed around California, that ship has sailed. And to be in defense of California Adventure, DCA version 1.0, they did a lot of things that people asked for. Everything's got to be based off of a movie these days. Why don't they do anything original anymore? And I go, California's not super original, but it'd be nice if there was you places for adults, or you could go do this. I mean, they did a lot of what people asked for. They tried to make something that was different than Disneyland. And in the end, people not always knowing what they want, they just wanted more Disneyland. So they could remove California, but I think if it's a park based around adventure that exists in California, I think the name still holds true. It just matters your definition of it. Peter says, I love this thought, but is there even another Disney theme park land that has acts? Even Pandora doesn't. Yeah, you bring up a good point. But I think, though, with Peter, when you look at, and we're already starting to do the podcast, but through a chat and only me talking. But when you look at Galaxy's Edge and you look at Avengers Campus, I mean, these just aren't, it's not Pixar, where it's a lot of really good stories that aren't linked together. It's not, Pandora, where it's a movie that got lucky and nobody knows if they really even like future versions of Avatar. I mean, Marvel and Disneyland and Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, I mean, these are icons of childhood imagination. Like, these are things that people identify with. So to have it be one note, huge missed opportunity, in my opinion. Sarah says, do you think Avengers Campus, even an expanded one, would have the same escapism the Galaxy's Edge does? I think that a lot of the draws, but too, the ability to play in immersive space. I think that it could. I really think that it could, Sarah, if it was that expansive. And as you're rolling over it, you go from the campus to like a cityscape into sort of, a battle zone. I think that it really could. And I think that the red area on the map because it could be the part of the park that is bulldozed. Because Disney does best when they start from a blank canvas. Modern Disney does. When they have to wrap things, that's when it gets a little bit weird. But I believe that area, it has two things going for it that Batuu had. It's on the outer edge, which is a big win for many reasons, because you can do a lot of great things that just are a building on the other side. You don't have to worry about how it backs up to its neighbor. It's on the outer edge, and if they started from scratch, they could really build like an area where you would step in there and go, oh man, I feel like I'm inside of an Avengers movie scene or a Marvel movie scene. The campus just doesn't have that, but I believe that red zone could. Scott says they have said that AC is set in California. Yeah, because they're going to do the different campuses everywhere. So, I mean, hey, Tony Stark used to live in California on the beach. Looked like a nice place. Scott says, I think the next move for AC would be to get the e-ticket ride moving. Yeah, well, of course, the e-ticket's next. This is down the road visionary thinking of what they could do with what they have. Obviously, if I were going to bet $1 a million, the next bet would be is that they're going to build the dark ride. That is something that we will see before 2030. Like that will happen during the 20s. But big plans. What is missing from the other Disney stuff that's not in any of their parks out here? The answer is nothing. So therefore, grow with what they have. I'm not talking to you, cute Latin guy. I'm ignoring you. I'm sick of you complaining about my new camera. You're ignored. Peter says, here's my pitch for another act. I want to visit Worlds of Marvel. How about you exit the e-ticket into Wakanda? I mean, that would be phenomenal, right? To be able to go over to Wakanda. I don't know that there's that kind of space for the e-ticket. I think what the e-ticket will do is take us to a battle in Wakanda. I mean, my mindset on how that attraction works is the 101 storyline to every theme park ride. We're recruits at Avengers Campus. We're going to go on a ride on the Quinjet, and they're going to show us how it works. So I'm in there, and I'm just a regular old cadet, and my bud Peter's next to me. But all of a sudden, something bad's happening, and everybody's scrambling, and Tony Stark comes through the comm system. We're short on people. We got to get out to Wakanda. And then our pilot spins around and goes, hey, we got to make a detour. We got to go to Wakanda. Boom. We fly over to Wakanda. Next thing you know, back of the ship opens up. Our seats turn around, and we are rolling out of the back of this dark ride. We're now in a jetpack. We're in a 3D, or not a 3D. We're in a video sphere, and we're moving around, and we're battling in Wakanda. We attack, we fight whoever, we go back into our Quinjet, we land back in California. That's the way that I'm seeing it. And my prediction so far on the Star Wars Hotel has been so close to accurate. They are showing now in that guide for what you do when you're at the Star Wars Hotel. Just broke my chair. You go to Batuu in the morning, which means you're going to be the only people in Batuu on those mornings. All right. Let's move on here. Matt Melko says something bad seems to be the happening is a constant theme in theme park rides. Like that is pretty much the plot, right? To every theme park attraction is something's going wrong. I mean, that's the idea for Star Tours. That's the idea for Web Slingers. Where else is that the same concept? It happens a lot. Shimmer Pop Shop says, I really appreciate how Avengers Campus blends all the timelines together so you can see all the characters. I wish they hadn't locked the new Star Wars hotel in Orlando to the same timeline as Batuu. Yeah, I can get that. I understand that. I think that the reason why so much of the Star Wars stuff is locked to the current timeline is because they can easily make more of all of that, right? I think that's why they went there and not the back. Samson brings up a good point. This is historically how Disneyland operates. New Orleans Square opened up as just New Orleans Square. It didn't have Pirates. It didn't have the Haunted Mansion. In fact, the time difference between when they got Pirates and the Haunted Mansion was vast. I mean, very, very long. So yeah, just kind of a thought, because I have been hearing this a lot from folks, that it's one-dimensional, and I just kind of wanted to show you, if it were to grow this way, not saying that it will. Today's show brought to you by Invisible Soda. Still always have to have the barcode though, right? Even if you're invisible, you still have to have a barcode, so the man can track your beverages. I missed a super chat. Christopher Quinn said, bring back All-Star Limo only with an Avengers theme. What a way to spend $5. Thanks, Chris Quinn. I appreciate that. I appreciate the super chat for that. No, I ain't ignoring you, cute Latin guy, because I explained to you. You complained about my new camera. I explained to you in great detail why I was using the new camera. So therefore, I didn't ignore you. You said something. I took the time to say, hey, I get that it looks a little bit different, but there's a reason for it. There's a method to my madness always. And I explained to you. And then you still complained about it. So now you're just being a complainer. And I can take criticism. I just hate complaining, which is kind of like criticism. And also, I like to mix it up. I like to scuffle. A brother named George says, I've yet to be able to visit Avengers Campus. Web Slingers does not appeal to me. It seems like an underwhelming hybrid of both Midway Mania and Astro Blasters. I would say this, brother named George. You should definitely ride Web Slingers before you poo-poo it, because I wasn't that excited about it either. I don't like video games. I don't like video game based rides, and I have to say Web Slingers really beat my expectations. I think that it has more a better reoccurring ride factor than the other attractions that you mentioned. Just the fact that there's not anything in your hands and it is so reactionary to you, and I love doing this and breaking things. The ride vehicle is one of my favorite ride vehicles. I can't quite explain it, but it feels like you're getting on a subway cart, and the way that it's lit, like it's actually, as far as that style of attraction goes, I think it's head and shoulders above the rest. So I get what you're saying. I wasn't that excited about it either because that's just not my favorite, but I'll say it's pretty good. I think you should give it a turn first. Gary says, I feel like the red area you have mapped there is a little too big. I don't know where they would put the drop-off or Toy Story lot. Oh, well, that's because the plan, if Disneyland Ford happens, is there's space across Harbor where they are dying to make that on the lower level a bus area, and on an upper level where people would start to come into the park. They really, really want to get that bus area out of there and use that for theme parks. That's why I've overexpanded it. I didn't go crazy and go all the way over, but that's definitely something that is in the works, Gary, that they have wanted to do. So I'm always thinking Disneyland Ford with other plans. Where do they want to go? Joya says, thanks for all the great live stream where you interact with everyone and not just super chats. Hope your channel grows and grows. Well, Joya, when you barely have any super chats, I have no, if I only talk to super chats on my stream, I wouldn't say like, okay. I don't have that ability. Yeah, Gary, this map, my Affinity Gauntlet is so far into the future that Disneyland Go is a part of it. But even if it's not, all you would have to do is just cut off that one roadway there. That'd be the only thing you'd have to cut off. And in fact, let's say the Disneyland 4 doesn't happen. They could take, at the end of Hollywood Street, right? There's all those buildings that are just like a facade. One of those could easily be where you would go into said roller coaster, and that entire red zone, except for the bus area, could be a sizable experience that you go in there and do. Great Eating Drinker says the ride vehicles are so cool for web slingers. I feel like it harkens back to the Horizon ride vehicles. 2 Horizon vehicles sitting back to back. I definitely love it. I think it's really, really cool. I'll let this comment go. Cute Latin Guy says, it feels, Avengers Campus feels more like a corridor to get from one land to the other, unfortunately. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people that aren't a fan of it refer to it as a hallway. Edward Strong says, off topic, but do you still have to mobile order your food as soon as you get to the park? No, not really. I mean, I don't know for Avengers Campus because I haven't eaten food there because, to be honest with you, Edward, I haven't eaten a lot of food at Disneyland. The whole mobile order thing when the park reopened, it really just rubbed me the wrong way. So a lot of times I stop and eat a salad at Chipotle before I go to Disneyland. Just because it's just such a hassle to eat food there anymore. So I'm not quite sure about getting Avengers Campus food. The Daily Woo. What's up, Adam? He says he prefers Galaxy's Edge much more than Avengers Campus. Just his opinion. I think that a lot of people feel that way, which is exactly why I made the graphics sort of showing how Batuu has those 3 acts in it, and it's really, really hidden. And the reason why Avengers Campus feels, like it's lacking is because it's singular in its storytelling compared to what we just got. So scaling it over to a 3 acts as Star Wars Galaxy's Edge would be the way to make it happen. So you're not alone with that opinion, my friend. And by the way, Adam, next time I'm in a video with you, can I hold the camera just once? Because people think that I'm really short. And I'm like 6 feet tall. It's just, you're so tall and you hold the camera up and I'm standing behind you. And I'm getting bummed out about people thinking that I'm like 5'2". I've never ever been conscious of my height until people start being like, hey, how tall is this guy? He looks really short. Great Eating Drinker says, I love Avengers Campus with all the characters walking around. I'm hoping more live entertainment and characters come to Galaxy's Edge. Galaxy's Edge is fantastic, but the scope got cut so badly. Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Great Eating Drinker. It's like, if you could, the perfect land would be Batuu with all of the action of Avengers Campus. That would be the perfect land. Here's how I order the Chipotle salad. I get the salad with the pinto beans. I get chicken as my protein. I find that their chicken's just the best of their proteins. I get the queso on it. If you tried the queso blanco when it first came out, it was horrible. It tasted like a bag of flour, but they've made the queso better. I get the cheese, sour cream. I get the pico de gallo salsa and the red hot salsa. I asked them to hit it with lettuce again. And then here's what you got to do. If you don't like the salad, this is what you got to do. You order the salad and a bag of chips. And you don't use a fork, you nacho the salad, right? So I take my salad, I take my bag of chips, I rip off the top portion so it's now like a pouch, like a little bowl of chips. And I take a chip, rip the salad, chip, rip the salad. That's how you make the best item there. It's basically like making Chipotle nachos. All right, let's move along here. Adam, my apologies for being a giant. You make us look like the two guys in Smokey and the Bandit that are hiring Burt Reynolds to get the Coors Light. You know, there's like the big dude in the suit, and then there's the little guy. You're making me look like that little guy. You're right, cute Latin guy. The Howard Stark perspective of the land, like the old warehouse and where they put that patina in there. And see, that's why it makes me think that in this chart that I have, that battle zone, Disney has gotten so good at designing in that patina, that worn down look, that's the area. Hold on, Super Chat. I got to ignore everybody for free. Brickey's Lift Fund. Oh, man. So much fun. Daniel says, I think an expansion for Avengers Campus is imminent, especially with how those movies are diving into the multiverse, and Avengers Campus is connected to that. Well, also, you got to just look at, you know, if you look at Marvel as a whole, it's so many movies, so many TV shows, and it's all family centric, and you have multiple generations of people watching this and consuming this all together. This is something that will not tarnish. Not every young person loves Star Wars in the same way that most love of Marvel, you know, because it's like it's hard to get a young kid to go back and watch New Hope or Jedi, and it looks hokey to them, and you know, same with the prequels. So because of where this has all come from and the moment that it's in, it just has a lot of momentum that, you know, the reason why it's abbreviated the way that it is because it was probably like, you got to get it down there as soon as possible. Peter, Brickey, you've managed to make this salad extremely unhealthy. Hey, it's nachos, man. Oh, that's great. Anna says, the baseball video where you were on the incline, you look like Adam's kid. Look, guys, I'm telling you, I'm not that short, okay? Whenever I do these videos with Adam, it's because he's standing on a hill. It's not because I'm short. I'm a tall guy. I'm like probably the second tallest Disneyland YouTuber that you know. And look, stop it. Stop it with the rumors. I'm tall enough to get on all the rides, okay? I can get on everything. There was that one time I got refused to get on rides, but it was just because I didn't have my theme park shoes on. Daphne Lee says, the prequels look hokey when they came out. You might be true to that. So there you go. Something that I've been hearing from a lot of people, and I thought that I would bring up. But I'm really interested to see what's it going to be like when when Oogie Boogie happens. Like, how will they handle Avengers Campus during Oogie Boogie, right? Will they do anything special back there, or will it just kind of be the same? Because for a lot of guests, it might be the first time that they've got to see it. I don't know. Hey, my theme park shoes always get me onto every ride. Mel says, I liked your video where your wife chose the day. It was so great to see your relationship interaction. So fun and great music again. Thank you. She'll be back on. Beth Manos will return in October. Lauren says, is the CM area behind the old red car trolley gates by Guardians earmarked for future expansions? I remember entering through there in grad night, and the area was large to house several buses. Yeah, so the area for... damn, you can't see my mouse, and I'm too short to reach anything else. But this area right in here currently is where they service the trolley. But you have this entire zone that could be available for whatever they want to do for Avengers Campus. And then that wall that they put behind Luigi's, that wall houses a cast member backstage area that goes underneath that attraction. But that could just be a stationary island and they could put stuff all around it. Oh, you think they might have WandaVision there for Halloween? That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. Platform Air Jordans. Retheme the Golden Zephyr as a Quinjet ride. That would be so awesome and lame. Believe in Serena says, theme park shoes. My boys used to stuff napkins in their shoes. That's great. I've never had to do that because I'm so tall. I've never had to do that once. I get onto everything. My height is, I'm tall enough to ride everything there. JT, almost 200 in the stream, but just over 100 thumbs up. I haven't done that good today. I understand why half these people are unsatisfied. Hey, they're just jealous because they don't have the new Invisible Soda. Refreshing Invisible Soda. The best way to be seen. Maelstorm says, when will they open a new e-ticket ride for Avengers Campus? The one behind the Quinjet. Oh, that's years off. But it is going to happen. It is going to happen. Oh, is today the Honda Mansion's birthday? Cool. We'll have to sing happy birthday at the end of the stream. Because that's not dorky. Great Eating Drinker says, I'm so excited to see what they do for Halloween Avengers Campus. I will be at Oogie Boogie's Bash. I gotta stop this. Come on, chair. Look how tall I am. Please. Please. Look at this guy. This guy can ride everything. I'll be at Oogie Boogie's Bash every Thursday live streaming for you guys. So therefore, if you have a trip plan and you want to kind of get a look into some strategy, I'll be there covering it for you each and every week, as well as releasing videos. And I also want to try to capture as many people in like fun costumes as possible. So hopefully those will turn out to be some good videos. His cousin Ricky tall enough for the Calico Mine Train. Yeah, he's actually really similar to my height. It's a rare genetic phenomenon, but me and my cousin Ricky are, you've probably never heard of this before. It's pretty rare, but we're identical cousins, which is a total Kentucky freak show. But, you know, we're a little wild down there with our breeding. Right? Right? Invisible Soda making you thirsty every time you see it? It's Simon White. It is true. Disney they dye every one of the cats black for Halloween. And they got into a little bit of a scuffle with that a couple years ago, but they're not going to back down. Daniel says they will probably have Killmonger, Loki, Taskmaster, and others take over Avengers Campus. I wonder if they have an overlay for Spider-Man's ride. They could do like Guardians. Oh, like a Monsters After Dark. That'd be cool if they were both in Monsters After Dark mode at the same time. That'd be rad. Wild Prince. Just dipping in to say hello on my lunch break. Eating a nacho salad. Yeah. Hey, don't knock the nacho salad till you tried it. It's great. Great Eating Drinker says I'm taking 2 people with me to Oogie Boogie on September 26th, and we're dressing up as Loki variants. Love that. Gonna be hey, I didn't say inbreeding, you did. Gonna be a lot of Loki variants. I bet that's gonna be cool to see. You won't know which one's the real one, and he'll get away like he always does. Mamelka says if cousins were going to be identical, they definitely would be from Kentucky. Hey. Blair Davis says, Brickey, if you could redo any land, what would you create in place of? Redo any land. I mean, I know this is a bit of a cheat, Blair, but I would redo Hollywood Land and I would add more Avengers Campus because I feel like that is the number one thing. I think that's the number one thing that the resort needs. The Avengers Campus is is pretty bad. Or not the Avengers campus. The Hollywood land is pretty bad. Sorry, I got sidetracked with Anna B putting up screenshots of me as Tiny Brickey. Yeah, the Patty Duke show. They had identical cousins there, and it's a weird phenomenon that only happens every once in a while. Every blue moon, two things happen over a blue moon. A Smurf is born, and a blue moon over bluegrass, identical cousins are born. So it's a very rare thing that me and my cousin Brickey have in common. A lot of people call me Ricky in the videos, thinking that I'm a cousin, but you'll hear he talks a little bit different. Pepper's Ghost said, I'm still sad I didn't get any of the Haunted Mansion's 50th birthday merch last year. It's my favorite ride. Just look at it this way, Pepper's Ghost. You didn't get any of the 50th anniversary merch, but you saved money for the 100th anniversary, right? So you're in a good spot. Don't worry about it. Rose Gold Sugar. Invisible soda is the best, but you can never tell if you drank it all or not. So true. Invisible. Tastes like a ghost. That's why they call me Ricky, because they think that I look like my cousin Brickey. My cousin Ricky. All right. What do you say we wind this down? I'm not over Avengers Campus. I like it. I enjoy going there. I see the future potential of it. But when you look at it, Peter again, when you look at it as comparison to what we got last time around, where you have this big immersive land created into 3 different acts. And you know what? There are 3 acts for New Orleans Square. New Orleans Square is designed the exact same way now that I think about it. New Orleans Square has the Pirates area, it has the Square area, and it has the Haunted Mansion perfectly divided up in 3 pieces. However, the reason why this feels incomplete to us is because our brain is expecting this. And hopefully this will be something that happens. Friends, if you had fun today, I want to give a shout out to my sponsor, Invisible Cola. Scan that barcode and just put in Cousin Ricky to save 1% on your next case. Hope you guys had fun. And somebody asked earlier, when's the next live stream? I will be doing a live stream from Disneyland this Friday, but members only for Club 1313. Got to make some content for all the people that are supporting my channel. And speaking of, I want to thank all of the super chatters today. Most were already 1313 members. So I appreciate you guys supporting the content. And, I would say Avengers Campus. Is the invisible soda half empty or half full? Well, friends, I'm just excited to have Invisible Cola. So good. So refreshing. Hope you enjoyed today's live stream. I know it was a little bit light, but last week we went over all the Magic Key news, and I didn't want to keep talking about the same thing over and over again because, quite honestly, everybody has the exact same amount of information, and I kind of feel like the next couple of weeks might be a little bit quiet as we're waiting to see more information about Magic Key, and also as the Halloween season is quickly approaching us. This has been a super fun stream today, Lauren. That's what I want to hear. Hope you guys had fun. I try not to put too much news in here. So, Chris Rodriguez. You know what? Chris, with his $5 super chat, just bought us 5 more minutes of live stream. That's right. My time is worth $1 a minute. So for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to explain to all of you the nutritional fun of drinking that smooth, invisible cola. We'll put 5 minutes on the board for that super chat. Don't have an invisible phone. All right, 5 minutes. I'm going to reply to every chat that comes in for the next 5 minutes. Mamelka, happens every few years with Friday. I don't know what that means, but I love Fridays and I love fun. Daphne, not Mickey and Friends. Perfect. Toy Story, not Mickey and Friends. I don't ever park over at Toy Story. Chris R, 4 thumbs up. I love it. Gina Miller, yes. Chris Rodriguez, you're welcome. No, you're welcome, Chris, because I'm going to work hard. I'm going to make that $5 the best $5 you spend today. Anna B says, woo, Chris. Jeff Pike, I vote Toy Story parking lot, no tram path walk. The tram path walk is getting old, guys. Is getting old. Uh-oh. AS just added a minute on. Just added a minute on. I gotta write this down. Gotta add a minute when the 5's over with. Lauren, official sponsor of Clear Soda, Pepper's Ghost. Hey, I know that you guys say you like the Haunted Mansion, but have you had the new Haunted Mansion soda? Pepper's Ghost. Magical. Mel Storms, keep up the great videos. Have a treat at the park. Thank you so much, Mel. $4.99. I'm going to put in 5 more minutes. Mega Mouse, which ride is better, Small World or Alice in Wonderland? Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Small World, 1964 World's Fair. Embodies world peace, inclusion. Small World was forward facing to where the world finally started to get in 2022. Alice in Wonderland, trippy, far-fetched, out there, indoor-outdoor attraction. 2 floors. A lot of unique things about it. Small World. I did the math. Oh, man. Another 5 minutes. Hey, guys, I have nothing to talk about today. I'll stay here. Okay, let's see here. Ashley said, you said you were going to sing Happy Birthday for the Haunted Mansion. Let's hear it. Well, I said I would do it at the end, and it looks like after this 5 minutes is up, I got another 11 minutes. So, Ashley, let's see if you stay for the Happy Birthday. Let's see here. Joanna Cortez says, Mickey and Friends lot fit high-profile vehicles. Toy Story is a hassle at night. I don't know how high I've seen some pretty big vehicles. I don't know what the clearance is. I'll have to look at that. And that's good trivia. What's the clearance? Chris, can you do live streams with Adam Lewu? No, Adam doesn't want to do live streams right now. I do live streams by myself. I'm a solo act. But if Adam wants me to hang out and be in his videos, I'll gladly do it. But Adam doesn't do live streams. And I get it. When you get to that size, it's probably not that fun because you can't even read the chat. It goes so fast, and I get it. I like hanging out with Adam and being in his videos. It's like a master class on watching somebody make just totally efficient YouTube videos. And the thing I learned, man, is he shoots so much more than what you see. Like people that are really good at their job, he just makes it look super, super easy. And seeing him put it together, it's crazy, man. Carousel of Progress update into a WandaVision attraction would be dope. Hey, Eric, that might be possible in Walt Disney World, but that ship has sailed on the West Coast, brother. Favorite place to crush vibes in Avengers Campus? I love hanging out around. There's a couple little planners right outside the orb next to Doctor Strange. I love hanging out there at night. That's my spot. When we did the 1313 meetup in the park, we chilled there for a long stretch. I love that area. Damn, I keep losing my spot. Scary Gary says, Brickey, did you enjoy the refurb lighting package inside the Haunted Mansion? Did you wish they added more when they did the refurb besides the new things? Well, I really like what they did with the iron work when you're getting ready to get on your Doom buggy. And I love the new painting that's over there and the cat and all that stuff. I'm going to let you guys in on a secret about me and the Haunted Mansion, it made me cry the first time I realized this. So I have a synthetic lens in my right eye, and it's basically like this little thing that looks like a record. Oh, that was our timer. Our timer just went off, and I have to add 11 more minutes. All right. Show ends because I'm honoring these super chats. So anyways, I have a synthetic lens in this eye, and it looks like a little record, right? And each groove on the record is a different magnification that my brain learns how to look out of. So when I got onto the Haunted Mansion for the first time, there's so many like really, really intense black lights in there that the black light floods out the vision in my eye, and my eye can't tell the difference in any of the perspective in there or how far anything is away from me. So I have a really hard time seeing the Haunted Mansion. So I have to ride it with my hand over this eye, and then this eye has blurred vision. So I wouldn't really know how good the lighting attractions are. And to see what it really looked like, this is kind of sad. I had to film it and then watch it on video. Because my vision is like phenomenal in this eye, but it's so much data that it essentially floods out my vision, and everywhere where there's a black light, all I see is this big purple orb that blows everything else out. So little ruin for me. Mamelka says Alice is better, in my opinion, both classics. I mean, it's hard to decide, but I'm going to go with Small World just because of its significance and the Mary Blair factor, even though they both kind of have Mary Blair in it, because when they redid Alice, they use all of her color palettes. Ron, we already talked about changing the name of California Adventure. I don't think that they have to change it. We talked about that earlier in the video. Fake super chat, $1 million. Could you imagine if I had to like sit here for that long? I'd do it. Look what you've done, Brickey. The never-ending live stream. The never-ending live stream. Thanks for brightening up my mornings, mate. Hey, Chris, happy to brighten them up. If you're saying mate and you're saying morning, you probably live over in Australia or one of those criminal islands and you're on lockdown, and I hope you guys get out soon, man. Should Haunted Mansion be the beginning of a new swamp area heading to Princess and the Frog? Get out of here with that. Best season at the resort? Christmas. No doubt about it. Best season at the resort is Christmas. Ben Brady, what's up, bud? Good to see you, Ben. One of my 1313 founding members. Galaxy's Edge was overpromised and underdelivered, even with Rise of the Resistance. It definitely was overpromised. And yeah, they did underdeliver, which is going to be interesting to see how they handle the hotel, because they can't back down on that hotel. Christopher Quinn says, retheme Small World as a trip through different Avengers Islands. Get out of here. Don't ever touch Small World. Get out of here with that, Chris. Avengers lands. There's a time for fighting and a time for battle. There's a time for time travel. Just a little Doctor Strange where his little hand just goes in circles like this. Had to step away, talk about realistic expectations. The e-ticket attraction will open. If I had to give you a date, let me turn off my text message noises. If I had to give you a date, let's see, 2022 is a recovery year. 2023 is when they're going to start making money. 2024 is going to be the first profitable year. 25 is going to be when they surpass where they were at 2020. If we don't get into another pandemic, it's going to take 3 years to build that thing. So 2027, 2028 will be when it opens up. Sweet, Sarah Sweet, did you hear about how Magic Keys will have separate reservations pool? Do you see that as a good thing or a bad thing? Someone posted a chat with a cast member app as a source. Well, Sarah, I appreciate you providing the source. If there's 4 different keys and there's 4 different pools, that's a good thing. Because if you're paying $1,400, you shouldn't have to be competing with people that are paying $350. Sorry. That's just the way that the world works. When you buy a first class ticket on an airplane, you are buying the amenities that get you into that portion of the airplane. You're not spending that money and then having to fight in line with the guy that spent, a fraction of what you did. Also, with the way that those tickets are all weighted, there should only be a certain percentage of each level that's able to go in. So even though Dream may get more reservations, there's probably going to be a lot of people that buy Dream. And if Dream maxes out, then the small folks that have a smaller pool should also be able to get in. You know, the smaller price point folks should be able to get in. So if it is weighted, I would 100% do that if that was my business. 100% do that. I don't see anything bad about that. The world's not fair. That's why there's 4 different price points. So I don't see that being a bad thing at all. Oh. Who eats more, Brick or the Woo? I'm not going to rat out who eats the more when we hang out. It's not me. Let's see here. Did you ever film in Walt Disney World? I'm new to your channel. Joe, I'm going to Walt Disney World for the first time as a super fan this September. Let me give you the dates. I will be in Walt Disney World on Monday the 27th through Friday the 1st. Actually, I'm going to be at Disney Springs on the 26th doing a meet and greet with East Coast 1313 members. But I will be doing different live streams 27th, 28th, 29th, and 30th. And then on the 1st, the day of the anniversary, I'm just going to be going all around the Walt Disney World doing live streams everywhere, trying to cover as much as I can. Breeze with a super chat. 250. That's 2.5 minutes, sir. You will be honored. The way yours and Adam's brains operate is phenomenal. Oh, thank you. I'm happy to be in that same category because he's definitely a bright guy. Adam Nichols, my newest 1313 member, said our family is planning a VIP tour for October trip. Nice. The VIP tour is awesome and so worth it. Any tips on what to request for the best storytelling experience? Yes. Yes. You have to tell, when you book your VIP tour guide, tell them, look, we've been to Disneyland several times. We've seen the shows. We've rode the attractions. Our family, our tour, we prioritize storytelling. Please give us a tour guide, Philander Butler, that focuses more on storytelling and history because that's what we're spending our money for. When you spend that money, you have the ability to request the type of day that you wanted to do. So just don't buy it like off the shelf and not kind of get what you want. Adam, make sure you request that and have a really, really good time, man. My one time that I got to do a VIP tour guide was one of my all-time favorite visits to the park. All right, let me get the tunes back on. Look at this. Look at Lauren with the information. The height clearance for Mickey and Friends is 13 feet and 10 inches, according to Google. Hey, that's pretty tall. Haunted Mansion wedding cake. Yes, please. That sounds good. I'd have that. I love cake. All right. And let's see here. Another super chat. Just lost my place again. Shimshi's Bubbles. $4.99. That means 5 minutes that needs to get added when this clock runs out. Hi, Mark. Great live stream. Appreciate an artist's viewpoints on things we regularly miss out on. Shout out for my 3 sleeping wiener dogs. Oh, I love wiener dogs. I'm glad that you think that I bring a different perspective because I watched a lot of Disney content. And, you know, I love what my peers do, but I kept seeing this little space where I thought I could add something new because I didn't want to do this and just rip off everybody else. I wanted to do this and bring something new to the table. So I'm happy that you're seeing that. Shimsy's Bubbles. Bubbles. Drop Dead Red. I can call Small World Rolly Crump and Mary Blair's shared acid trip nightmare. Come on. Show some respect. Show some respect. Federal says can't wait to start a Stranger Things rewatch in a month or two. Oh yeah, it's going to be great when that comes out. Fun Jordan, give a shout out to my wife Gina who couldn't make the live stream. She's busy serving up coffee at Starbucks. What? Your wife is a barista? Gina, thank you so much for working at Starbucks and for being a barista. And thank you so much for my daily Trenta cold brew, extra ice, light splash of whole milk. And thank you for hearing me say whole milk and not somehow oat milk. Look, I know I'm from the South and I drop my L sometimes. But Gina, thank you so much for knowing that I said whole milk. And thank you so much for working at Starbucks, one of my favorite establishments. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Sorry you couldn't be here, but happy that you could be there, serving everybody delicious ice cold beverages. The people that get the hot ones don't know what's up. All right, let's see here. Cat S, does Disneyland do anything special if you visit the day of Walt Disney's birthday on December 5th? You're awesome. I don't think they do anything special for Walt's birthday. I mean, they barely do anything special for the park's birthday. So I don't think so. And thank you for saying that I'm awesome. I would fight you on that. Oh. All right. That 11 minutes is done. I am now adding 7.5 minutes on the clock. And then the stream's over. There it is. Proof. Proof. Man of my word. What's up, Robert Howards? How you doing, bud? Enjoying a double-double on my lunch. How would you ever get your hands on a double-double? That's so crazy. That's what you're eating. Good to see you, buddy. Magic Brickey. Yeah, it's tempting. Tempting to use that name, my friend. Good to see you, bud. Cute Latin guy says he thinks that the reservation pools will be equal across the board, even though somebody has a screenshot saying that a cast member said differently. I don't know. If I owned the company, I would weigh them. I would weigh them differently. %. Cold brew all the time. Cold brew coffee is the way to go. Cinder says, OMG, Brickey. You're my favorite beauty vlogger. Thank you. Hey, if I keep stuck on here, I'm going to do some, I'll end up putting makeup on today. We're at 142 likes. You want to get to 150, JT? Somebody, 8 more for JT. Dr. Ray, wife and daughter about ready to land in Orlando as my daughter is starting a second college program tour. When you want to learn and have fun, go to Epcot, where everything is not just ripped apart. I'll be at Epcot for the first time in September. I can't wait to see it, Dr. Ray. Drop dead. Okay, there's another 5 minutes I got to add on there. Super chat of guilt coming in late. Which resort hotel are you staying at Walt Disney World? They're quite different. I am not going to say it till after I've stayed there. But I can tell you this. It's awesome. Am I dressing up for Oogie Boogie? That's so hard, Elena, because I'm going to so many of them. And I'm going to 7 Oogies. That's a lot of costumes. I do have one costume that I'm planning out that's kind of low key. And here's not low key, but low space key. Not low key, low key. I do, but here's the other thing. Like, I will probably be over at Disneyland earlier in the day filming stuff for the channel. And if I'm in a Halloween costume the whole day, that's just weird. So I don't know. I'm probably just going to buy the ketchup and mustard outfit and then just be ketchup one week and mustard the next week and then just rotate back and forth. Or maybe the third week, write sriracha on my chest or then like barbecue sauce. So yeah, I'll probably just look, and then maybe be a crayon. Because if you're dressed like ketchup and it's the pointy kind, all you got to do is put a Charlie Brown thing on your stomach and now you're a Crayola. So yeah, I'm going to be ketchup and mustard the whole time. Just figured it out. Oh, damn it. 1313. How dare you? Why did I start this? Someone once told me that the reason the tram is 14 miles per hour is because 15 miles per hour requires seatbelts. Have you heard this before? Chit chat. Anita, I think whenever you see a rule that doesn't make sense, when you go 14 miles an hour, why is it not 15 miles an hour? By the way, that's the speed limit also in the parking garage. So that might take out the urban legend of the tram. But I'll say this. Whenever you see a rule that doesn't make sense, that means there's a lawyer somewhere involved. That means that somebody said, at 15 miles per hour, our liability insurance goes up another $15,000 a day times 365 days. If we go down to 14 miles per hour, then it's a casual driving zone. So therefore our liability insurance goes down further. So whenever you see something doesn't make sense, I've been around the block enough in business. It's a lawyer. It's a lawyer somewhere. 14 miles per hour is the loophole to save money. Guarantee you. Guarantee you. Don't even need to fact check it. I guarantee you that's what it is. Makeup is fine, just no singing? How dare you? How dare you make fun of my singing voice, Borkinage? I have a beautiful voice. Have you ever heard me on Utopia? Like an angel. Liz, no, my wife is not joining me in Florida. She would rather do anything than go to Walt Disney World. Amanda K hit me with 1313 super chat for an amazing eyeshadow tutorial. Oh, I'll show you how to get the most out of those eyes. It's called my bedroom eyes tutorial. I'll show that to you in a minute. Sarah Sweet dressing up as Loki. Loki. I think we need a group 1313 group costume for our, I don't know, man. A group costume's like, that's a lot of work, man. A lot of work. I don't know, man. I like seeing people dressed up for Halloween. I don't always like doing it, but we'll see what I do. You think I'm staying at the Grand Floridian? I don't know. We'll see. Elena's like, condiments and crayons rule. Thanks. Rob says, how much time are you adding for super chats? I've been doing $1 a minute, but don't you do anything stupid. Get out of here. Eat your burger and go back to work. You're busy. You get out of here. You get out of here with that. I need Brickey to show us how to do the perfect wing liner. Oh man, you don't know how to get the perfect wing liner in there? The reason why I have the synthetic eye is so I could put better makeup around it. It wasn't about vision, it was about makeup. Do I have plans for Halloween Day? My neighborhood is awesome on Halloween Day. So normally me and my wife go to a restaurant where we can see all the kids out trick-or-treating, and then we walk around our neighborhood. So normally me and my wife spend the day hanging out in our neighborhood. JT says, just goes a gray crayon. Pick a different color each time and tell them you're colorblind. How dare you? How dare you make a joke against the colorblind? There is a lot of vehicle talk on here. Wes McGarvery says, my understanding was for Disneyland vehicles which had the right of way, they could get out of the way. Telling you it's a lawyer. Could you post the link for 1313 so I can join? It's club1313.com. Up. Okay. 18 minutes and 13 seconds. And then I'm done. That's the new time. 18:13. Damn you, Rob. Damn you. All right. So it looks like we'll be adding more time after this one. What did I start? Okay. At this point, this should just turn into my fundraiser for my Star Wars hotel. All right. So after this timer, $24.99. help me. I'm hostage in a live stream. All right. Where was I at? Oh, eyeshadow time? What you need to do. Oh, you can't see my highlighter. I was going to show you how you highlight, but it's just going to make my face invisible. See, I take a highlighter and I just highlight my eyes. But you got to look up. You got to do that look up thing that chicks do. Or guys. Doesn't have to be chicks. There you go. See that? Oh, yeah, I'm getting a little bit of clear. You see, I'm getting a little bit of green screen. Oh, God. The lawyer does charge more than $1 a minute, I'll tell you that. All right, I want to just go to the end of the live stream. I've already lost my place here. Dude, have you guys seen me stuck in the castle? I'll play that video right now if you guys want to go see me get stuck in the castle. Let's talk about what a Brickey World Tour Blast would look like with the rest of our time. I thought about making a tour shirt for Florida, but then I realized I can't put the dates on the shirt. I can't make a T-shirt that says Monday, Animal Kingdom. That's owned by Disney. I can't do it. Right, Gina? So elegant. Look, you see that little bit of clearness in my eye? So sick. Rob, get out of here. No, do not call the dentist. Do not tell the dentist I'm doing this, because do not stop it. You want to see me stuck in the castle? All right, let's do it. Give me a second to rearrange my screen. Somebody go over to Instagram and DM my wife and tell her that I'm being held hostage. Let me pull up a window here. And I will show you this. So let me cue this up and then I'll tell you what you're going to see. We should also watch my Avengers videos that I did. All right, let me go to my page. Oh my God, if I play my live stream on my live stream, will I get sucked into a black hole? All right, so let me just do this. Let me get rid of slides and let me go over to Zoom. Nope. There we go. That's what we want. All right. All right, so it would be in my videos. When Beth flossed. All right, so this is going to go back far into the archive. Far in the archive. Man, I make a lot of videos. Look at that dumb pumpkin head over and over again. So for those of you that are new to my channel, when Disneyland was closed over the summer, I started doing this thing called Disneyland Fun Fridays. Damn it, Caitlin. What are you doing? Stop it. I started doing this thing called Disneyland Fun Friday. Let me write that Caitlin one down, $3.99. Oh man, that's another half an hour, guys. This is a one-time thing, and this is not happening in the park. So I like to be spontaneous. Anyways, I started doing this thing called Disneyland Fun Friday, where I would use the power of like a green screen and, YouTube videos and just basically my imagination to still keep making fun Disneyland adventures. And I was just trying to do lots of different things, essentially where you would just show up and you wouldn't know what you were going to get. You just knew that you were going to get, something wild, something fun. And so I was just doing these to just, one, stuck at home, but two, just keep people like entertain, keep people having fun. And so this one I came up with the idea of 455 views. This was a live stream, but it helped me. I'm stuck at the top of Sleeping Beauty's castle. And so essentially what I did with it was, I'm going to play it, Jeff. You don't, oh yeah, you can put it in there. You're right. My bad. I was getting ready to yell at you. I'm sorry. But essentially the idea is that you would go to your, damn it. AS. Guys, this is a whole 24 plus 3 is, so it's 25 plus 3 is 28 plus 20. Dude, that's, after these 11 minutes are done, I got to add 48 minutes. Why do I do this? No more. Hey, do I have the ability to turn super chats off while I'm live? Because I want to turn them off. Okay, so anyways, this is something that I did for people, and it was just meant to be like, you know, everybody's stuck at home. So just imagine that you see that somebody's going live, and it says live from Disneyland, which would always confuse people, but it was virtual Disneyland. So this was footage, you know, back when... Thanks, Drop Dead Red, for $5 super chat. Thanks. So this was like, you know, the thing that I was playing ahead of time. And everybody's just like, cool, you know, what's he going to be doing? Like, nobody knows what I'm going to be doing this day. So the 65th stream doesn't exist. So this is old footage of me, you know, no mask on. He answered the title question, yes. I'm over in Avengers campus. All right, come on. I just want people to see what this looked like when it actually started. So the reason why it's taking so long is like I'm trying to get everything set up. Can you guys hear me? All right, here it comes. Can anybody hear me? Come on, Brickey, stop the video, you jerk. The reason why I'm playing this is because I want you guys to see the transition. Can you barely hear me? How about now? Can you hear me? This is never going to work. What did I get myself into? That's the video, okay? Because there's two Brickeys now. Very faint. Guys, I'm in a bad spot. I'm in a really, really bad spot. So one of the things I love doing with these live streams is this. Is because I love Disneyland, and we already talked about this earlier in today's stream. What is the plot? Greg. Another 8 minutes. The plot to every ride is, oh no, there's something that's gone wrong, right? And we need your help. We talked about that earlier today. So I would try to write my live streams in the same way because I wanted this to feel like an authentic Disney experience. Today, guys, like a bad spot. I made a deal with the troll and it's not working out. A little bit, that's better. Better? So see, I'm already working that something's going on, even though you can't see me yet. Oh man, I should have just stayed with the plan, you know? I got cocky. Still not too loud. All right. Well, I'm in a different sort of spot today. I'm not in my office. Yeah, see, people were expecting me to be in the studio here. Well, you're pretty close. You're pretty close. Do you guys see me? Do you see me in the video? Can I go full? Yeah. Okay. So this is the video. People were like hearing me talking and like, what is going on? Like the chat, I still remember the chat was like, what is happening? What are you guys seeing now? Are you guys seeing anything now? See the castle? Can you guys see me? Hey, you got to admit that this is pretty creative, right? You got to admit that that is pretty creative. Do you see me? Do you see the little guy way, way, way up there inside the castle? Am I coming through? Is my camera working? What's up, everybody? As you guys know, all I've wanted to do was go to Disneyland. Lay in the plot. Deal with the troll. Make the plot. I said, look, troll. All I want to do is go to Disneyland, troll. And so the troll was like, "Yeah, no problem, Brickey. I can get you into Disneyland. But you know how troll law goes. Troll law. I'm now stuck at the top of Sleeping Beauty's castle, and I need you to help me get down. What am I gonna do today? What am I gonna do?" Yinsid, you see me in the castle, right, brother? You see me like up in the very top, spot, right? You see me up in there, right? Right here. Because a lot of people are like, I don't understand what's going on. Where's he at? Because I purposely made this the very first shot just so it would just be ridiculous. Because who live streams and makes himself this big on the screen? Castle times, man. Castle times. All right. I got to go back down to my laptop. I'm going to put some music on, okay? But my gear's down on the floor of this turret that I'm stuck on. I'll be right back. Set it all up in the beginning, Brickey. Set it all up. All right, so now I'm playing the music because I knew that I would need the music to set the tone. I'm up in the tower. I'm up here. Can you guys see me? Because people are like, where's he at? Here. I remember people being, where's he at? Can you see me? I'm up here. Now, mind you, while I was doing this, a lot of people were just doing videos where they were like complaining that the parks weren't open, and I was just trying to change the narrative and just do something fun to keep people entertained. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if this camera that Oswald set up. Let me see if the zoom works. You guys need me to zoom in? Am I too far away? See, always set it up. Always set it up to the story. You think you could climb? Dude, this has became an ongoing theme is that people were like making memes and making drawings of like Brickey. Like somebody actually did this drawing like Brickey. If you jump here, you can slide down this roof, land down here. Or I think it was slide down this one, hop over to this. Like people were literally invested in trying to figure out how to get me down from this. Up on my beard hair? Oh, Mamelka. Oh, Mamelka. Yeah. That does not count to the time. Any super chats, these are grandfathered super chats. They do not count towards me being held hostage. Castle. Guys, whatever you do, don't do a deal with troll law. So true. Troll law is the worst. That's how we got into COVID, troll law. I don't know if you guys know that. Look what happened to me. I'm totally trolled out. All right. Let me see if I can get the camera to zoom in some more. So then I had second scene made that would put me here. Wish I had a remote. It would have went faster. Trying to get this camera to work. Close up. Is that better? Can you guys see me up here? Guys, I know it's forced perspective and all, but it looks so far when I go up to the edge. I mean, I am up here today, guys. This is pretty crazy being stuck. Yeah, Anna, I see Anna just got here. What happened was I wished upon a star. A troll showed up. You gotta set up. Let me see. So then I also had. I could go in the castle because it was too much sun. All right. Dude, pandemic Brickey needs a haircut. I'm gonna go back outside, guys. It's kind of weird in here. I'll be right back. Let me go back outside. So see, then I could just go from inside the castle back out onto the patio. Problem was though. Just going outside. Are there snacks? Chris, I'm not seeing any snacks. See, then I popped back up on the castle. So I think I had like 4 or 5 different scenes. So then it kept building and building. And then when it got towards the end, I got like real dark and emotional and introspective. And we'll go to the end and I think to myself, your numbers are small, but your heart is big. Dude, I had like 2,000 subscribers, and most of those were from when I was doing this my podcast. And all I would do is just always like every time I was live, all I would do was just complain at how small my channel was. Because it's like, man, I'm doing such creative stuff. If people only knew what I was doing over here, this would take off. But like, it's just the way that everything's set up. Finding people is always one of the hardest parts of growing anything. Sorry. Growing is always the hardest part of everything, right? And so I would just get so frustrated. I'm like, man, I'm working so much harder and I'm doing all this creative stuff and nobody knows. You've got to keep going. You've got to keep building. And I will. Because, friend, I know you'll build it with me. Hey, bring the audience on board. Castle. Make them part of your struggle. I don't want to. We were just babies, right? Just babies. Look, I'm wearing I'm wearing a pin, a birthday button.
Please subscribe. Please like the video. Please leave a comment.
I'm losing viewers, so people still aren't impressed today. This was the real close up. Very emotional story.
What, Jiminy? You think I can fly? You think I can make it? Well, I don't know. It seems awful high. And I'm just a boy.
Plus about 45 years.
What an idiot.
For just one super chat a day, you can help this man jump off of a castle.
What an idiot.
Back to it.
Yeah, get back in character, you dummy.
Line?
Okay, so...
I don't know if I can...
So here's the thing. People were watching. Yeah, right? Amanda, remember Dark Brickey? Hey, you're supposed to be at the park right now. What are you doing watching this? So part of this... Oh, that didn't work. All right, so that last timer just went off. All right, so the new timer is 48 plus 5 is 53. Are you kidding me? 53 plus 8. 61 minutes. What have I done? What have I done? There it is. Man of my word. Oh, look at this piece of crap that came in here. Jeff, let's get that guy out as fast as possible. What a piece of junk. What a piece of junk. What a piece of junk. Anyways, so here's the thing. Losing viewers. People are like, yeah, it still isn't important. So I had an escape, but it was like I had planned it the night before, and because I was live, what is this? Could you imagine that's what you're doing with your day? Could you imagine that's what you do with your day? Oh, you would never say that to my face. That's so great. Yeah, that's the troll, right? That's the troll that I made the deal with. Hey, Jeff, why are we not just like ban this guy? You're not, anybody's going to just completely ban this guy. No timeout, just completely gone. I love that it says troll. At least it's an accurate name. Why is this guy not leaving? Why is this guy not getting completely blocked? It shouldn't be hidden. He should be completely blocked. And if you can't do that, let me know. Shut up. Give me just a second here and deal with this. Let's see. This is unwanted pornography, child abuse, hate speech report. No, I like the bottle. I think it's a bot. Yeah, it probably is. What a great bot. What a great thing to do with technology. It just keeps getting better. Oh my God, what the hell? Yeah, it's got to be a bot. It is insanely efficient, though. I'll tell you that. Wow. Man, oh man. I blame the parents. Yeah, this is the hardest we've ever been hit. I don't like this. Got to be a bot because the way that it's coming in so extreme and so hard. Anyways, I'll let Jeff take care of that because what can I do? Everybody obviously knows that everything that this piece of shit is putting up here is the exact opposite of how everybody here feels. So, yeah, we'll just ignore all of that because that has no place here at all. So, sorry, Jeff, you got to deal with that. Anyways, so I had a ending plan, right? But because it's a live stream, I knew I only had one chance at doing the live stream and taking care of it. And what I had to do was like time it out, but also it's like I didn't want to get rid of people and all this stuff. So yeah, that's what I'm getting ready to, Lido. I'm just going to ignore that. Jeff's going to take care of that. And we're not even going to talk about that because the more that we talk about it, that's the more what somebody like that wants to do. Anyways, I had to get the ending of the video figured, but like it was a weird thing because I didn't know. Once I ended it, I had to like cut the video off. So anyways, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate all the hard work, man. Keep fighting the good fight.
Ice cream and chicken. Thank you. Thank you. You might be my last friend.
So let me see here. I don't want to ruin it, but all right. So we'll just let it play from here because I don't want to ruin it. But this is definitely the song that I picked.
So lost. I didn't realize it was the community that mattered.
Are you ready for this? Building myself up. Woo! Woo! Woo!
This one's for all the citizens. This is for all the citizens. All the dreamers. All the people that believe in Disney, that believe in Brickey. This is for you. This is for you.
No. Wait till you see the next part.
What happened? Did they subscribe?
Did they subscribe?
Woo! Woo! Woo!
So what I had to do was I had timing on that graphic of the guy falling, and so that falls, and I knew that it would dissolve over to this shot. So this is me leaning against my wall, but it would look like with the top-down graphic, it would look like I was dead or that I had fallen. I mean, when I went to Disneyland when it opened, and I saw the top of the castle, and I saw where the compass rose is. The distance is so hilarious. But yeah, I fell out, and then this is where I would lay and come back to conscious.
I'm having a hard time breathing.
Woo! Woo woo!
Did they subscribe? Right, Energy. Like, dude, I was just grinding so hard trying to build this channel.
Oh my god. I was up there.
Woo! Woo woo!
By the way, like in bits, that's 26 cents. That's 26 cents.
I got 20 people to watch.
20 people watched me do that. There's 160 people here now. I'm not even doing anything. I was grinding so hard.
What? You're still there.
Woo! Woo woo!
Guys,
Woo! Woo woo!
What acting?
did we do it? Did we go viral?
Did we go viral? Never, Brickey. You'll never go viral.
Did it happen?
Mm-mm.
Did somebody follow my channel?
No, nobody followed, you idiot.
Did I get as much as people at their kitchen table?
Oh, just talking so much smack.
Did I get as much as the people that just bring bad news?
Nope, you didn't.
Open your eyes.
A little Vanilla Sky reference there.
Friends, I want you to know I did this. I did this for you, not for me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Avenge my fall. Am I a real boy now?
Drink the cocoa, Brickey.
I need the cocoa. I need to drink the cocoa.
Woo! Woo woo!
Yo, people were cheering 1313 before 1313 was a real thing, which is great.
I need the cocoa. Can I crawl over to the cocoa? Where's the cocoa? I need cocoa.
You got to drink the cocoa to become a real boy. Everybody knows
Woo
that.
woo!
So that's me moving my way up a wall. Because right, I'm laying down.
If I drink the cocoa. Did you change the stream title? Well, I was stuck, but now my arms are broken.
People are so demanding. Hey, Brickey, you should change your title. You're not up on the castle anymore. Like, shut up. Like, there's people are so, hey, you need to change your title. You're not in the castle anymore. Now you're laying. Come on, man. Get out of here. I could still get angry today.
What do you want me to do?
Woo! Woo woo!
Drink the cocoa, become the boy.
I poured it all over myself. So there you go. That was Stuck in the Castle. That was me stuck in the castle. Just a good old pandemic fun. Avenge my fall. Yeah. So 20 people watching. I did it. And I remember like just coming up with all of these insane ideas of things to do. And that was definitely one of them. Right. So weak I can barely drink. I mean, you've seen that scene in every movie, right? Where it's like, oh, you know, like when they're like, I wish I had a blood pack where I could have coughed up blood. That would have been great. Bork says, Avenge My Fall. Classic. Love that. Feel bad I have not been a fan longer. Just brilliant and total pandemic worthy. Thank you. Appreciate that. And not a fan, you're a friend, bud. Mikey Staines, I know it would ruin a vital part of the channel, but when can we watch Coco with Brickey? I know, man. Like, because I watch with 1313 members, we do a meetup once every other month. We meet up, and then the opposite, we watch a movie together. And Amanda, who's super awesome, Anna Banana, who's been one of my best buds through this entire journey, who's voluntarily taken on like sort of like a administrative, like assistant role, who's helping me out with things because I'm just so overwhelmed. She was like, you think you should watch Coco because we're getting near like the Halloween season and all that stuff? I was like, I don't know. And I was like, if I watch it, does it ruin all of the jokes that I have about, you know, Skeleton wants to be a boy. He drinks the cocoa. He becomes a boy. Let's see here. Gary over in 1313 over on the Fast Pass says, I have a funny story for you, Brickey. When I went to my last trip, my friend who we went with always wanted to go on the left tunnel. I was like, why? LOL. And the reason was it's closer to City Hall. Hey, you can go through the tunnel on the left. It's just up to you what happens after that. Oh, Federalist, you want to find Cookie Monster Kid? So one of the things that we did a lot during the pandemic was we used Google Maps to get around the park. And so we literally spent so much time inside of Google Maps that we started to recognize people inside of the park. So for example, I'm in a bubble. I'm in a bubble. Damn it, I got in a bubble. So one of our reoccurring characters that we started to know during the pandemic, because we spent a lot of time, because we would use Google Maps to essentially like, you know, virtually walk around the park. And so one of the people that we had was Ramon's dad. Look at Ramon's dad. So Ramon's dad was one of our reoccurring friends. And then the other one was Cookie Monster Kid. I even bought a Cookie Monster hat to be Cookie Monster Kid once. But look, I know inside of Google Earth so well that I knew exactly where to go to find Ramon's dad sitting on the porch. And then here, I'll find Cookie Monster Kid for you too. Cookie Monster Kid was like essentially just following around the camera. Hold on, this angle is messing with my sense of the direction. So Cookie Monster Kid, we should be able to find him right around in here. Oh, where is he? Oh, there he is. Oh, Cookie Monster Kid flying a little. There he is. Cookie Monster Kid. Right? People are dropping off of this stream so fast. They're like, yeah, this isn't what I signed up for. We've lost as many people as I had watching me when I fell from the castle. And then let's see here. And then there was the Freak of DCA, which was another one of our favorites. Let's go over to DCA. Get ready for this one. I think 1313 member Artie actually made an illustration of her. I remember when I did my first. Oh, that's right. It's only photo bubbles right there. There she is. The freak of DCA. Now, normally I wouldn't call anybody a freak, but obviously you can see this is an exception to the rule because of the way that Google has transported this young lady with a baby doll. Oh, man. Great eating drinkers. Like, I'm loving it. Best live stream ever. Or no, I'm loving it. That fall from the castle. So funny. And then with the use of the green screen, I would like superimpose myself into some of these situations. So one of my other favorite things where I would sit on a bench and hang out with these two guys smoking. Let's see. Where is that at? I feel like that area was probably like right around in here. Yeah. These two guys. I remember I would just put myself like on the bench with the green screen and just hang out with them while they would smoke and tell me great stories. So yeah, how we made good use of the pandemic. Maybe we never have to do any of that again. Drop Dead Red said, she is beauty. She is grace. She is missing half of her face. Absolutely. How does she wear the sunglasses? That's another good question too. So yeah, that was some of the fun that we had back in the day. Falling out of a castle. Can I still see the chat on this? Oh, God, yeah, you can see the chat. Look at this, Bounty Hunter. Hello, first time here. Very exciting. Please don't jump. We have more likes than people watching.
What happened? Did they subscribe?
What's the matter with me, man? Oh, what's the matter? Coco Loco says, Guy, I wish I would have found your channel back then. Well, I do too. That was the point of all this. Hey, look, guys, this video, you know what? I didn't even like this. Boom, 48 likes. But no dislikes. Got to look on the positive side. No dislikes. That's a huge accomplishment. All right, back to the chat. Gina Miller says, what's our next video? Tomorrow I'm going to be putting up well, I don't know. I'm kind of stuck here right now, so we'll see. But I was planning on getting back to doing some designer walkthrough videos. And it says, I love those days so much. There is a certain nostalgia about those, right? Hold on, did I miss a good comment? Oh, can the bot secure us magic keys while he's at it? Yeah, it was fun. Fun times. I have a nostalgia for it. Serena says, Brickey got us through. I tried to do my best. Diane says, I always watch. I'm just normally quiet, but I enjoyed the stream so much. Well, thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, if I re-released it, it needs so much context, Amanda. And like, Daphne watched it and she was like, oh, it's kind of long. Well, it is a live stream, I don't know. I don't know in what world I have the time to edit this down to like 10 minutes. And I also don't know in what world anybody would care. So yeah, it was good for the time. The next podcast, I'm going to drop one on Wednesday, but the podcast is kind of difficult. There's something I've been trying to do with the podcast and it's just not happening. So I kind of got to do something else, but there'll be an episode out this Wednesday. And there was an episode out last Wednesday for 1313 members only. I've been trying to do this thing where I basically do like a little documentary at the beginning of the podcast, and then me and a guest talk about that topic in great detail, but I'm just so busy that I'm just not getting the documentaries done. So yeah, I kind of like the idea of this, a live stream inside of a live stream. It's pretty deep, right? The viewers falling off would point out otherwise, but yeah, it is deep. How many likes do we have here today? 188 likes, 130 people watching, down from 200. No, I mean, it was fine, Daphne. You made a good point. You're like, oh, it's kind of long. It's like, yeah, it is long. It's a live stream. And a live stream of this nature, which, you know, because the context that's missing from this that you're absolutely right about is that when it was live, nobody knew what was going to happen next. So there was an anticipation of like, what? Like, there's so many comments in here that were just like, I don't even know what I'm watching, but I can't stop watching it, you know? It's always fun to look back at old media too and think of all the people that like dropped off. Like this Derek C guy. No, that's not the guy. There was a guy when I did my videos about why Disneyland won't open. He's like, oh, you got political. I'm gone. I'm like, well, what are you going to do, man? This is the Disney version of Inception. Oh, let's see here. Drop Dead says, love you all. I'm going to keep watching, but bounce from the chat. Oh, sure you are. Sure you're going to keep watching. I see how it is. You know what? Drop Dead Red, you're one of the people that super chat and got us stuck in this mess. And now you're leaving me here? You and Rob Howards. Oh, by the way, here's money. I'm going to go take my lunch break. Michael Marl says, I recently watched a video of Walt's original park location. Uplifting words were said, and it still resonate in our current time. Amazing video. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Lori, that's my job. I just want to try to make people have a good time. Yeah, this one was pretty memorable. The inside the castle for that 455 sweet views. Let's look at the analytics of this video. Oh no, it's not going to do it because I'm in stream, because I'm live. Let's close that. That could have been bad. Guess you can't do that while you're live streaming. All right. What next? The clock is at this. Somebody just asked about the clock. 35:23. I still have this here, where for Halloween, I was inside of a crystal ball. Now, the lighting's all wrong, so I don't look like the proper color, but I put myself inside of a crystal ball for our Halloween. All right. It doesn't matter what the views are on that. Like, it's just, it was a moment in time. It's just, I think it's cute just to see where that moment in time is at. You know, like 450 people watched it. No, the dogs are out in the office and I don't want to be disturbed. I don't want to disturb Beth. I don't know. I bet it doesn't get many more views, but it's fine. It's a time capsule, right? It's a time capsule to remember. Hold on real quick. Let me turn this off. Give me a second. So I don't disclose any personal information. Let me see here. Show full history. Can I easily get back to that? Let's look at this real quick. How funny is this? This video, when I showed it to you earlier, it had no thumbs down. So somebody in here went and gave that video a thumbs down. That is talking about being a real turd. August 21st, 2021. So this is literally where I was at almost a year ago, because today's August 9th. I can't believe somebody went in there and gave that video a thumb down. What a turd. What a turd. If you weren't there then, what's it matter? Oh, yeah. Everybody's falling off. Everybody's falling off. Oh, Brickey, live stream, but I got to go live my life. Be stuck. Be stuck in the camera, but I got to go live my life. How dare all of you. Right, Anna B? Like, who's the Judas? Right? Who's the Judas? Because remember, earlier we looked at it and said, look, it's got many that thumbs up, but nobody thumbs down. And somebody thumbs it down. Lame, lame, lame. But that's part of popularity, right? Because when you have 100 and something people watching you, there's people that are hate watching you. When you have 20 people watching you, they're all just like there, and it's a cool community. So, whatever. It's how people are. You get used to it. You're thin. Your skin gets thick. Gary, you've been here from the beginning, brother. And you're all over in this. You're in the chat. You're super chatting in there. It's awesome. Anyways, I just wanted to go back and see what the date was, because that is quite a journey. Quite a journey. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of pettiness, Yen said, in this space, and that's just part of it. It's just part of it. I don't think that the troll I think if the troll could figure out what we were doing and what we were talking about, that would be mind blowing. I don't think that's the way that it works at all. I think that was somebody just like rapid firing. Cool. Well, I appreciate you working on that troll situation for us, Jeff. All right. What else can we get into here today? What else can we get into here today? What's a fun thing for us to discover? Haunted Mansion. Haunted Mansion. All right. If it's the Haunted Mansion's birthday, then that would only mean that we should go back to this time capsule. Let me see here. If I go back. Let me see if I can get you to this time capsule. Because we still have 30 more minutes. Oh, it's going to take me to the beginning. All right. No big deal. Let's do this. Turn that back on. Lauren, you read my mind. I don't have the date in front of me when it's the Haunted Mansion switches over, but it's probably going to be, I don't know, like at the end of next week, off the top of my head. All right, let's go to that. Too many videos, Brickey. Waves, bro. That's an old one. I don't want to do a ride because I'm too big now to play other people's videos, and I don't want to get any strikes. So unfortunately, I'd prefer not to do that. The only thing I could do is show you my ride through video, and I've only ever really shot one of those. So hopefully you understand what I'm saying. So let's see here. This is our Halloween party that we did when there was no Halloween. So let me see here. This is Halloween. Gotta turn that music down. So this was October 13th of last year, where I was your ghost host in my little crystal ball. See me, see. Let me do this. And we went over to the Disneyland, and I serenaded Madame Leota. So that will be our singing to the Haunted Mansion today. Oh, and also Oogie Brickey shows up at some points. Let's see here. Here it is. I think this is when it happens. I don't know. It's somewhere in here. A pumpkin Halloween. Everybody loves a pumpkin Halloween. God. Thank you. Pumpkin Halloween.
Woo! Woo!
Wow.
Woo!
Wow. Really the voice of a little pumpkin angel, right? Just like a little, who's saying that? I mean, I know it's my voice, but I don't know where that's coming from. Little pumpkin angel. Oh, here we go. Just a little pumpkin angel. The amount of work that goes into doing one of these streams is pretty insane. So this is what I'd like to do right now. That's what I got planned. Is what I have for you. We have one more limited edition festivity. And then it's total eclipse of the crystal. I'm just moving myself out of the way there. I used to think I was falling apart, and now I'm only falling in love. Nothing I can say. A total eclipse of the crystal ball. Turn around, Leota. Every now and again I ram a tambourine. Turn around, Leota. And I know that's all that I can do. 'Cause I'm stuck in a ball and I'm blue. Just like you, Leota. I'm gonna take her by the hand and make her understand, Leota. I'm gonna take her by the hand and make her understand, Leota. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were doing last year for Halloween. What a time. What a time, right? We were doing whatever we could to make it a good time. But doing what we could to make it fun. And who could forget when we also, so like there was those specialty events that got canceled. And one of them was the Star Wars night. And so for the Star Wars night, I made my own fireworks show. Because one of the things they had promised in that Star Wars After Dark thing was that they were going to do Star Wars fireworks. So I made my own fireworks display. Straight up soprano, right? So let me show you this one. This I spent a ton of work, and this was just like a little thing that I did. Actually, hold on. 400 views, 44 thumbs up, but some turd in here will give it a thumbs down. Don't worry. 400 views. And when I did my live stream where I made the Star Wars night happen, where we did all the Star Wars things that are available in the park, one of the things they had promised was that there would be a fireworks show. And I took it upon myself to be like, oh, what could a fireworks show look like in Batuu? And this is what I came up with. Let me just get the proper setup for you here. So this is my version of fireworks show. 400 views, 44 thumbs up, soon to be 1 thumb down. Here we go.
Chewie, we're home.
For a more civilized age.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Dark Lord pursuit. So powerful and so...
He could actually save people from death.
Execute.
It's a trap.
How? I love you.
No.
Big Darth Vader guy.
to know that you have been a real friend, Artu. My best one, in fact.
I bet you have.
This is our most desperate hour. Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
So yeah, that's my fireworks show that I made. But hey, hold on for 1 second. Come here. Come here. I want to. Come here real quick.
Are you on the internet?
Yeah, I'm live. You're live.
I just made a dip.
You made a dip?
Oh God.
Step in. So this is what I started to do. Every time they super chatted, I added a minute to it, and I've been held hostage. So I had 16 minutes left, but the dentist just dropped another 20 in, so I have 20 more minutes after this.
So I made a really delicious dip that I was.
Can I try the dip? Celery, it's like a ranch dip.
No, taste it. Better, Brickey. I really don't.
Oh, that's good.
Why do you have highlighter on your eye? Wait. What is happening?
They're like, "Are you going to do makeup tips, Brickey?" So I was going to do this, but look, you can't see it.
It's. I like how I'm out there working my ass off, and you're in here putting makeup on your
Hey,
face.
don't curse.
Oh, what did I say? Ass?
Yeah.
Ass is not okay.
Yeah. Get out of here.
But my dip's good, right?
Dip's great.
It's a honey mustard situation. It's honey mustard, not.
Oh God, Carrie.
He has stuff to do around the house. You have highlighter on your face.
Stop it, dentist. Stop it. He has highlighter on his face. Oh, what a job.
Whenever you're off the internet,
Yeah.
I ordered groceries and they'll be here soon, but I have to coach and I need you to probably put them away. And I made a dip.
Okay.
You need to eat food and take care of yourself too.
Yeah. Okay. You have highlighter on your face. Lauren's like, "Oh my God, I forgot about the highlighter."
What is happening in here?
We're just having fun.
Come on, dogs.
Go on, Sari.
Come on out.
Come on, you can't be underneath my feet. Move.
Well, you deal with them because I gotta go.
Move. Go, 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 go. Go. Keep moving. Sorry. Dogs. Life. Come on. You gonna talk? No? Okay. Go. Guys, I totally forgot about the highlighter on my face. Yeah, that's my world. My wife just pops in with highlight with dip. Anyways, so the Star Wars video that we just watched. While we're doing director's cut, because I have nothing else. By the way, I love how Rob Howard just like, I'm just going to dip back in and see if you're still in here. Rob Howard's, do I go to dinner at my favorite Disney place tonight or super chat Brickey into tomorrow? Do not stop. I know where your favorite Disneyland place is. Please go there for the sake of both of us. Just go there. Just go there. Go, Rob, please. So I want to show you something. So to make this, I had to pull all the Star Wars clips, all the transitions. I found that really nice bed of music that was done by the El Orchestra Cinematic. And so I had to put it all together but my favorite part of it, because, I had to edit all the video clips and then I had it clipped inside of the spires there of Batuu. But my favorite part of it, because I always try to think of the emotional ending before I begin on a beginning of anything. But this was my favorite spot. Here, I'm going to go for the big studio again. But I like this transition here. I'm going to go back just a second. The transition that I did with Yoda was my favorite. I don't know if it's super clear because nobody ever really commented on it, but this was like I went from young Leia to old Leia, or actually I went from Rey to Leia. Here we go. So Rey transitioning over to old Leia and old Luke. Yoda fading out. And then the reveal of Baby Yoda. Like, I love that transition so much, man. I love that one so much. Carrie said you don't have to add time for her $20. No, man, a deal's deal. Damn, that's 45 more minutes. I love how people are coming and going, like checking back in, like, yeah, he's still there. Yeah, so anyways, that's my fireworks show for the Star Wars night. And that was just like embedded inside of the live stream that I did where I rebuilt that night and put it back together. 400 views, 44 thumbs up. Let's see. Did we get sabotaged again? No. Anyways, yeah, I made that and that was inside. And like I'm talking days to put this inside. This is from August 28th. Yeah, last August was when, because on July 17th, I did the all day. Oh, I got like a weird celery hair in my throat. On July 17th of last year is when I did the all day Disneyland live stream. And it did, well for the size of my channel. So then I really started to kind of circle back around and double down on my Disney content. So yeah, this was once again about a month ago was when I was working on all this crazy stuff. Brickey live until he heads to Hammer Time tomorrow. Hey man, at some point you guys are just going to be looking at the chair because I'm going to have to go put those groceries away. I can't leave my wife hanging. Let's see here. Yeah, M.A. Couture Crafting. This is live. Cinder, you're a pro, bro. I appreciate that, bud. Christopher, wow, nearly at the 3-hour mark. YouTube should give you a free shirt or something, dude. I could go for hours. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. Finally, somebody, almost a year later, somebody says that's an awesome transition. I appreciate that. Cinder, your video, multiple spots to view fireworks is so good. I'm going to Galaxy's Edge next time. Galaxy's Edge is a fun place to see the fireworks if you've already seen the show before. And it'd be R2-D2 and C-3PO moments are my favorite parts. Thank you, Serena. I do love putting music in my videos. Do love that so much. That's all right. People come and go. I don't care. People come and go, Greg. Just like a spur of the moment thing, which is what makes it funny. If I planned it, it wouldn't be funny. See, Carrie does. I do 4 live feeds 3 times a week. I feel you. Yeah, if you're in the groove, you're in the groove. You just nice to have something to like lean into, like some sort of content to lean into. Am I going to do a video on the Star Cruiser, like a deep dive on the hotel? Probably not. I mean, I have opinions on the Star Wars hotel, and I definitely want to go there. And, you know, I've told you guys for a long time that I want to do like a radio play. But I don't know if I'll do a video on it. I got some other things planned. Yeah, I love putting music in the videos. I love lately that I've been felt like I've had the freedom to put in like the little montages and stuff. That always makes it fun. Like the one that I did with Beth and I, or probably my favorite time of doing that is, let's go back to the Trampion video, because there's like a little thing that I made in there that's just like could almost bring me to tears. And if this is self-indulgent, I apologize. It's a slow Disney week, and you know, people are paying because they want me to stay on, so I'm assuming they want me to do something. Chris, get out of here. Everyone go give it a thumbs down and see if Brickey will do a Donald Duck impersonation. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. Yeah, and I remember the time I live streamed for 16 hours. I think it was actually 17 once we added in the beginning and the end there. All right, let's go way back. Here it is, 2 years ago. All right, so this is August 2nd, 2019. So just about 2 years ago.
Land world record by right.
August is my power. So I've showed this before, but if you guys don't know, I rode the Disneyland Tram from 7 a.m. to 1:30 in the morning, and I did 116 laps. And that's why I have this on my desk. This is my clicker that I use for the video. And my good friend AS, who's always a big supporter, gave me this enamel pen set as a prize or a reward for doing this. But anyways, I basically rode the tram all day, and I was putting up laps over on Instagram. So like a lot of people were following, you know, a lot of people for the size of my channel. I mean, it wouldn't be a lot of people for anybody else, but for me, it was a lot. So a lot of people were watching live, and I knew that I wanted to turn this into a video to promote my very, very baby small YouTube channel. So I decided that I would go live and show everybody the 100th lap, because that became a big debate. Can he do 100 laps? Can he do 100 laps? So I live streamed the 100th lap over on Instagram. And then I said, if you want to see how many laps I do after this, you have to watch the video on Friday, because I did this on a Wednesday. And so essentially, because I went live, I didn't have any footage of the 100th lap. And live streams on Instagram used to stay live for like 24 hours. So I lived this day on a Wednesday, and I edited this video all day on a Thursday. And it was basically taking me as long to edit it as it did to live it. And don't you know, when I went over to get the footage from the live stream that should still have been up on my account for 24 hours, I missed it by 10 minutes. So by 10 minutes, I didn't have like this ending to my video. So I cried because I was so frustrated. I didn't know what to do next. And so what I ended up doing was like, well, I guess you got to do a montage. And this is that montage. And it really turned out to be a very happy accident, because I think that it gives this 51-minute video like a lot of emotion. So here you go. And be completely cool, feel good about myself.
Your party have not crossed that yellow line.
Are you ready?
Do not do so. Another tram
Let's
will
do
be
it.
here shortly.
100. Woo! Woo! Yeah! 100.
100.
Woo! 16 hours and 7 minutes it took me to get to 100 laps. And so after this, I would go live, and I wouldn't have the rest of that footage. Hold on. We have another cameo. Bubby, you want to say hi? No? Okay, I'll let you out. Go on, Bubby. Go on. Yeah, so it took me that long to get to this moment here.
Did it, bud.
100. On board this train is now ready to
What a goal.
Gary, you were following along that day. I remember that. I think because you were a part of that subreddit Discord, right? And people over there were following along with it as well.
driver, you are
What a goal.
We'll be back. Congratulations. We'll be back.
I'm not stopping.
I know you know.
That's a cast member. All the cast members like really ended up working with me on this and trying to make this happen.
100 laps.
I've got the time.
So this is the highlight reel that I made because I really didn't have an ending to my video, but I'll show it to you right after we hit this threshold because I don't want this to go off in the middle. We are at, in a minute and a half, I'm adding 45 minutes to the clock, which will put us around 4:30 p.m. will be when this stops. And so we're gonna just count down and roll through the good times. But yeah, it was funny because I didn't have the video or the ending. I had to do this, and like I had a good cry. I was just like so tired because I'd lived the whole day. I'd edited, and I mean this thing has 4,400 video or 4,400 views. But I mean, that's because it's been linked in every single video I've put up since then, because I want people to go see this and kind of get a vibe of like how I interpret doing the parks very, very different, over on YouTube. Dude, Gary, what a wild day that was for people that were following along with me live. It was cool though. I mean, it was very cool. Like the cast members, there was the guy who's in charge of the parking lot. He was like, he came up to me and he goes, "Are you the guy who is riding the tram all day?" And I was like, "Yeah," thinking he was going to tell me that I had to get off or that, they were shutting me down. He's like, "Cool." He's like, "Well, I'm going to help you. We want to help you set this record. So we're going to get you on all the right trams that go fast." All right. This is going to hit. Hold on. That's a text message. I hate text messages. We're down to. Okay. 45 minutes is the next threshold. Man of my word. Boom. All right, so anyways, this is the montage that I got because I didn't have an ending, and I think it summarizes and it really reminds me of like such an amazing day. And even though I had a small channel and all that stuff, like I think in a lot of ways it sort of like showed to me, I think it proved to me, if anybody, what I was capable of in this space. And I would end up taking like a long time off because I'm like, I can't keep doing this. And Christopher Q. For a cold brew, no need to add time for this chat. Anyways, I'll just play it.
We'll be back. Congratulations. We'll be back.
I'm not stopping.
I know you know.
100 laps.
I've got the time to show my love what it's all about. Fading up, fading down below the laser guns. I've got a heart that has been traumatized. Don't wake me up, my dreams can
It was just so cool because that video shows like how many different people came out to take a lap with me. Like, right, my friend Nick from Bayside or the Think the Maker Star Wars podcast. Like, so many people came out to take a lap with me or to just cheer me on, and all the cast members that work with me. So it's one of those things where it would have been cool to have the, you know, the full 100th lap on video, but that montage of everybody like rallying around this stupid goal and coming together, and you know, all my friends from Violent Gentlemen that literally came down just to hang out with me that day, and they're the ones that made me the Brickey 100 t-shirt and all the pins that I was handing out to people and hats and stuff. It just was so rad that, like, I don't know, it showed the community. And it's funny because now that I think about it, that little clip of everybody coming out, that's what I've been doing a lot in my videos now that people know me more at the park from being on YouTube all the time. Because there was the video that I did where I showed me and all the people, like all the people that said hi to me during Touch of Disney, or that video that I just did with the 1313 people where I'm riding attractions with all these different people and stuff. So in many ways, like this little thing inside of this bigger video, it became a lot of where things would go and how all of the content would kind of shape up. So very good accident. Very good accident. My butt didn't really hurt. It was just overall like fatigue of being outside and being in the sun. Cause I only used the bathroom once, and you know, I was riding that tram from 7 to 1:30 in the morning. So it was just like the constant going and being in one spot. Cause a lot of people thought like that I just sit on a tram for that long, but every ride I had to get up, walk around, get on a second tram, take that back to the garage, get off, go through security sometimes, get on another one. Like people thought I just sit there. Like, no, I hustled the entire day. Thank you, Rose Gold. I appreciate that. I'm very, very picky about the songs that I use in the videos because music should be added to add a certain emotion to things. A lot of times I will take songs apart so that the song properly fits the amount of space and time that I need in a video. The 1313 one that just came out like a week ago, that one I was very, very happy with how it turned out. And a lot of it has to do with that music. And I was worried that the video wasn't long enough. I was super, super worried that it wouldn't be long enough. But then I realized that oh no. Damn it. Oh, thank God. I thought that I had erased my clock. 38 minutes. I thought I had erased it, but I wasn't. So I thought that the video was going to be too short, but then I realized, no, like a shorter video is actually cool because it just, like, I want the videos to just be fast, only good times, and just give you that hit of like, damn, I need to go to Disneyland. Like, that's my goal when I do that stuff. I have 38 minutes left, Rob, because right when I was done with the last shift that you paid for, 45 more minutes were added on. But at some point, people are going to be looking at a chair because I got to go put the groceries away. Now, that the 1313 meetup was awesome, and I kind of felt weird. Like, I showed it to my friends, Anna and Amanda. I showed it to them. I'm like, this doesn't feel weird, right? Because I wanted it to be like a celebration of the people that have helped me build the channel. And I didn't want to make it look like I was using anybody like as a prop. Because I think a lot about all the content I put out and the context of it and stuff. And so I passed it over to them first to make sure that, you know, it didn't come off. I mean, I didn't say that because you don't show something to somebody and be like, hey, does it play this way? But I have a lot of worries about, you know, hitting the proper tone on things. And like, I really want this channel to be like about good times and all that stuff. So this little montage that I worked on with everybody was super fun to put together.
Hey everybody.
Like I was in the elevator. I'm like, man, it'd be so cool if you pulled the camera out and shot everybody together in the elevator. But then I was like, does it like, I don't know. I'll just say it because I'm in this moment. But I was like, I don't want anybody to ever feel like I'm like exploiting our community or our friendship. But I really feel like what 1313, I mean, to me, it's like the most amazing thing to have people that want to support what you're doing. But I want when we hang out to not be about me and my content and follow me and about, oh, look, Brickey's channel's growing. I want it to be more about like, this is what it looks like for friends to hang out in the park. And the fact that all of these people met each other through, I mean, there are some friendships that were before this, but the fact that, you know, these people met each other through the content. And look at this elevator. This elevator is, it's a small world, right? Like this is a really, really diverse group of people. It's not like, you know, 15 white guys with beards and black t-shirts on. And the content brought everybody together. So I always want these videos to sort of be like, this is what this creator, this channel, this community is all about. And that's how it came together. The best advice I could give any fellow creative: never, ever think of the people that support you as fans or followers. The only F word you should use is friends. Here are some of my friends from Club 1313. So the way that I would work with music in a video is what you just heard is I guess it's like the synth track to the song that I'm going to use. And what I did was I pulled that out of the song because I needed just a little bit for that. Because there's an opening, there's my graphic, so I only needed like 20 seconds of that. But just that little like beat, that do 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 underneath me talking, would just kind of keep the pace and keep people interested. So here's where we talk. So there's no music because I didn't want to be competing with the music. But when the music punches back in, typically like after like a laugh or like a closing of a thought, it kind of gets you going.
Gentle breeze. Gentle breeze.
Super proud of that transition of taking the rolling. So you're on one attraction with one set of friends, then you end up over here with another set of friends. And so in this part of the song too, because that's the same song that you hear that opening note from, I took the lyrics out because I just wanted it to have that vibe to it.
Tony, what's up? I lied, it goes upside down. What? I've been watching it, come on, man. The Brickey bully strikes again.
Let's do this.
Go.
You ready for some flight school?
Yeah,
let's get this flight school going. Here we go.
So that area right there in the actual version of the song, there's vocals there, but I took the vocals out because I wanted people to be able to hear us talk. Now the vocals come back in to kind of create the fun.
It's no use walking 9 to 5 if you want more than to stay alive. So come on over, we can make it through. Take my hand.
The guy riding next to me, that's Tony Mendez. He's a long friend of mine that I met originally through my podcast down in Austin, Texas, when we were both at Flatstock. And then in the back is my friend Artie, who I met through the podcast that followed me over to the Disney content. Both of these guys followed me over from there to this part of my career. But like, I'm so particular about the music and the emotions it puts in the song that this song actually has a verse where it's like, da 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 da, I'm your Superman, and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. I'm like, oh my God, how gross would it be to see me in a video with like, channel supporters that are, I think of them as friends, but just, you always got to think about like how an internet turd perceives you. Like how gross would it be if I'm riding around on an attraction with people that, support the content and there's a lyric that comes up like, I'm your Superman. I'm like, no, that's so cringy and gross. So I went in there, took that out, rebuilt the song and used the chorus and a couple of other verses. So like I put a lot of thought into all these music pieces so that it has the proper amount of like emotion and stuff. Cause I mean, you guys are smart. You look at all the same blogs, you look at all the same websites. There's plenty of people that will tell you their theory about the next thing that's happening. But I'm like, there's kind of a hole in like people that are just making videos that showcase like the fun of Disneyland, like the fun of being there with your friends, quick videos that are edited down to the point. And so that's why I put these together the way that I do. And, I do other things. It's like I wanted it to be a bunch of different things. I don't always do the same thing over and over again. Let's see here. I saw a bunch of people coming through. Cinder says, no, it's perfect. Everyone looked like they were having a good blast. These people try walking the tram path 100 times. Are you insane? Trampion needs a car. Yeah. I think, Cinder, when you do what I do, you need to hear trolls' voices in your heads and you need to think about perception and you just need to make sure like this is my intent. Look at the content and make sure that it doesn't come off a way that I don't plan. And I just think that's a really smart practice that David Gallo, you punk, David Gallo. Oh, David Gallo taking me into the 5 o'clock hour. Well, you guys are going to watch me eat lunch. That's just the way that it is. Anyways, as I was saying, everybody just wants to text message me while I'm live. Anyways, as I was saying, I don't know what I was saying. Oh, yeah. It's a good practice to have, to just like to double check your work and look over your work to make sure that it's not saying something that you don't want it to say. And that's not that you should let like trolls and people like that like bully you or let your audience bully you and you're like, do more videos like this. Like you should do what you want to do. That's first and foremost, because I'm not making a profit off of any of this, like by a long stretch. It's more passion that has money behind it. So it's not like I need to do what anybody tells me to do because it's just not there. And that's not a bad thing. It's like, I love doing this, so it has to be what I want to do. But at the same time, like you have to really make sure that your intentions come through. And it's just like, you see a lot of things, like, was it Unico? Unico put out an ad campaign over in Europe where they had a t-shirt that had like a monkey on it or said the word monkey on it. And they chose to put a little boy of color wearing the t-shirt. It's like, guys, I know that wasn't your intent. I know Unico isn't a racist company. Sorry, I'm getting loose. I know that's not your intent, but you have to like stop and look at your work from an outsider's perspective and be like, this looks bad. We should not do this. This is a really, really bad look. And so I really try to do that with all the videos to make sure that my intentions come through.
Just what to do. On the bed, keep dancing through the night. Stay up until the morning light. The morning light. Oh, come on over, we can make it through. Take my hand, I know just what to do. On the bed, keep dancing through the night. Stay up until the morning light. The morning light. Oh.
The brakes on that thing are so solid.
It's a little rough on the entry.
How was your first flight school?
It was good, man. I like it.
It's a good little ride,
It's
right?
a good little ride.
Yeah.
Christopher says, ever consider videos about movies or TVs, etc. to branch out from the parks? No, because I want the channel to just be like specific on one thing. Because if you were to get to like really know me, not just YouTube know me, I'm a psycho when it comes to working. I was explaining this to Adam the Woo. It's like, the reason why I do Disneyland only is so I know that it's this one corner of my life that I have to document. Because if I did what Adam did, where he goes out and films like one slice of his life every day, like I wouldn't know when to stop working. And so when I started getting into live streaming, I did some movie reviews and talking about how movies are constructed and all this stuff. And like, I did a whole like breakdown on Boogie Nights and how I love that movie. And like, there's this one like long camera shot that goes through the party and into the pool and back out, and it sets up so much tone. But I mean, ultimately at the end of the day, like Disneyland is something that I know in and out. There's a lot of people that know way more about movies than me. There's not many people that know more about the park than me. So it's working with my strengths. And thank you, Christopher, for this $5 super chat and keeping me here 5 minutes longer. David Gallo. David Gallo. David Gallo. I didn't even see the... What did you even write? Since today has OG Twitch vibes. Thanks, Mark. Today does have OG Twitch vibes. All right. There are the groceries. Enjoy looking at my chair. Hold on. Got to give you something to watch. Stream break. Give me just a second. I'm going to put something up for you guys to watch, and I will be back. Let me just do this. Give me 1 second. Cue something up. Any request? While we're doing a director's cut of the YouTube channel, because we just kind of accidentally slid into this moment. Can you stream an hour for every tramlet? Are you insane? Get out of here. I love somebody's going to see the thumbnail to this video and be like, how did they talk about if Avengers Campus is a failure for 4 hours? How did they do that? What is this conversation that they had? Chair stream is going to be so hot, guys. You guys are going to love the chair stream. I know. I'm coming to get them right now. I'm just putting up a video for them to watch while I get the groceries.
You're still live?
Yeah, they're holding me hostage, Beth. And they know I won't back down. So I'm going to go get the groceries.
Okay, well, you put the groceries away.
Yep. Just got to find something long enough for them to watch. Let's see here. That video is not long enough, but we'll check that one out in a minute, Cinder. Let's see. Let me find something to watch. Here, so that we don't take things for granted. Let's see. Let's see. What's something fun to watch out of all this trash? Here, let's get you guys some park vibes. Let's do this. This is a little bit of my very first time back at the park.
The prettiest ride. The teacups. Look how beautiful. Oh.
I never thought about this. Those people that are on the teacups, because this is right when Disneyland opened up the first day for the cast members. Those people like came in and went straight to the teacups. Total psychos.
Tea party. Please say hello to the man
It's so great.
Bienvenidos al Party Park. Sus hijas, está sentado y mantenga sus manos, brazos, pies y tierras dentro de la caja. Y por favor,
Oh, whoa. Whoa. Look how beautiful. Fully restored King Arthur's Carousel, originally from Toronto, Ontario. Oh, it's beautiful. It is so beautiful. Toad? My first look at Snow White's Enchanted Wish. Obviously, this is where a lot of people have gone early to get a ride in. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, it is so nice looking. It looks great. It really looks great. Oh, wow, look at that. This is great. How you doing? Oh, hello. Hello. Oh. Oh my. I can't believe I'm standing here. Wow. Do you remember when I got stuck up there? Coming back through the castle. The Christmas shop is closed. Too sad. All right, let's keep rolling. King Arthur Carousel looks beautiful, as does the Enchanted Wish. How you doing?
He and his wife in a brand new house.
Oh. Gotta get a good look up close. Wow. Looks so good. It's just all shiny and new, even though it's an opening day classic and predates Disneyland. Oh, hey beautiful, look at you. Oh, you know you're at Disneyland when you see elephants fly. Oh, it's so great.
All right, let's push through.
Grapes. Can you see them? Oh, dude. You guys aren't eating clear grapes? Get out of here.
Man, that was so good to see. There's the old stairs to get to the sky bucket. Way before my Disneyland time. Next up, Frontierland. It is unbelievable weather to take this stroll today. Oh man. Oh. And just like that, we're in the wilderness. Look at that rock work. I'm not even looking at you, Galaxy's Edge. I'm gonna save the new spot for last. How you doing, sir? Good, how are you? Good. Oh, these cresting rock work that was originally designed for Radiator Springs. Imagineers brought it over here and made it because it gives us this canopy protect.
I'm seeing 103 viewers. Breeze. Oh no, never mind. There goes my joke.
It's our sight lines from seeing the train going by. How you doing, sir? Look at that. Oh, oh. Big Thunder. How I missed you. Oh. I can like hear him. No, I am not looking at you. I'm not looking at you, Batu. Nope, not doing that. Not yet. Oh, it's so quiet out here. So quiet. I hope spots like this always exist.
One of my favorite sounds in the park.
Did you see that? That's great. Oh. Wow. Oh, I have wrote nothing. Just, oh, Mark Twain. Oh, it's pulling
There
out.
he goes. He's getting emotional.
How you doing? Good to see you, sir. Thank you. Oh, the Mark Twain.
Here he goes.
If you're new to my channel or new to my Disney adventure, I grew up on the banks of the Ohio River where Kentucky and Indiana meet.
Huck Brickey.
Steamboats, the Belle of Louisville, the Delta Queen, used to ride by my neighborhood. We'd be riding bikes, skateboards, and we would just hear the organ from the banks of the Ohio. The Mark Twain is my favorite ride, and it will be the first.
We have 13 minutes left on this session, and then I have to add 55 more. Yeah. And then I'm not taking, then it's done. That's it. I will not. Come on. Yeah. Midnight live stream. 58 minutes. That's it. That's going to be it. I say this with peace and love. Peace and love. There will not be any more super chats honored after David Schneier's for the midnight live stream. If I was home by myself, I would keep going. but I have family responsibilities.
First ride that I ride today. But first, I gotta keep this lap going. Look at that. Oh.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome back. We've missed you.
Not as much as I missed you.
You know what's an amazing attraction? Now, this is being honest, right? I'm not saying because I'm a boat cast member, but the Mark Twain Riverboat is amazing.
Sir?
We have brand new water.
Sir? You are talking to somebody who this is my favorite ride.
That's right.
There you go.
I was born and raised on the banks of the Ohio.
You don't have to sell me, cast member, to ride on the Mark Twain. No way.
River with steamships going by, the Delta Queen, the Bella Louisville.
I know them.
When I'm on this boat, I feel like I'm at home.
There you go. We have new stuff on the island. And
Oh.
over on the far side of the island, we have new stuff. We have new dirt.
New dirt.
How much you gonna pay me to leave at 4:30?
New water.
New water.
And there's guaranteed new leaves on the trees.
New leaves on the trees. We're back, baby. The magic is real. This is my first ride when I finish my lap. Thank you guys so much.
Take care.
New dirt, new dirt, new dirt. Oh, back in Frontierland. Oh.
Little hillbilly boy. Frontierland making that poor little hillbilly boy from Kentucky cry.
My Lord. Back in Frontierland. I gotta walk on the wooden sidewalk.
Always walk on the
You
wooden
just have
sidewalk.
to walk on the planks.
Thank you.
Oh, that makes this old Kentucky boy feel good.
Yeah, you little redneck.
Ma'am? Oh, thank you for having me back.
What a great day.
Let's look at this. The shooting gallery, the last remaining shooting gallery, closed, high touch. Pin trading, closed. But, oh, here we are. One of my favorite trails right there.
Lauren knows about my limited edition 1 of 1 Air Jordans with spurs that are retractable. She knows all about it. That I have special shoes for when I walk on wooden planks that the little spurs come out.
But not now, not right now. There is a mission. There is a mission abound. How you doing? The mission is to
I like that woman's voice. Hey. Love it.
keep walking the entire park. Oh, wow. Look. Oh, I forgot the new bridge. Sorry, one backtrack. So far we've been fluid, but I gotta see the new. Whoa. That is big.
This dude loves every detail about Disneyland. What a nut.
Wow. It's so wide. Hey, look at me. I can fit. Nice. What is this? Nice. Oh, that.
Allison, you want me to bring back Disneyland Uber driver? That was fun.
That is a beauty shot right there. That is a beauty shot.
For anybody who doesn't know what Allison and I are talking about, I used to do this thing on my live streams called Disneyland Uber, where, hold on, there's a box on my face. What is that? There we go. I used to do this thing on my live streams called Disneyland Uber, where essentially, like, whoever would super chat would be like, "Hey, Brickey, here's $5. Please take me to It's a Small World." So I'd walk over Small World, and then because people are jerks, it'd be like, "Hey, Brickey, here's $2. Take me to the Main Street train station." And so it became this thing where people would super chat, and I would go to whatever destination they requested, but the destinations were so far apart. It was like, what are you guys doing? Today's live stream is sponsored. Whoa, that thing exploded. Today's live stream is sponsored by my new sponsor, Invisible Soda. So good. Oh man, Invisible Soda. You don't even know. Jeff Goodwin, The History of the Frontier Shooting Exposition. All right, what do we want to do? Where do we want to go? Where do we want to go? You want to go to Pepper's Ghost? Oh, Pepper's Ghost drink. That's right. Dr. Pepper's Ghost. Today's episode is brought to you by Dr. Pepper's Ghost. No, Yinsid. It's Dr. Pepper's Ghost. It's an old magical illusion. Dr. Pepper's Ghost. It's funny, Pepper's Ghost, because I saw your avatar in my mind when that came up. Oh, the mom's video. Let's do that. So one of the things that I want to do with my channel, and it's all about doing it in it's all doing things in stages, is one of the things that I like about the video or the channels. I get to meet lots of different people. And so a series that I've wanted to do, and in fact, there's a version of this that predates the video that we're going to look at, but but one of the things that I wanted to do was like showcase lots of different people. And because, you know, I'm a white dude, middle-aged white guy. And so are a lot of the other people in this space. I wanted to try to do what I could to sort of like mix it up and just kind of have a video series where I could feature lots of different people and how they Disneyland, but do it all through my storytelling. And so this is the video that I did with my friends Anna and Amanda back during the Touch of Disney days. We'll watch a little bit of this. It was a total disaster. Not due to them. They were awesome to give me their time, but 2 thumbs down. I don't like moms at Disneyland. But yeah, you get a little bit of a vibe of what it's like. Brickey here. Today's adventure is not my own. Today's adventure belongs to my friend Anna and Amanda.
My name is Amanda. I am a full-time working mom of 2 kids, 10-year-old daughter, 6-year-old son. They drive me crazy and I love it. And I love being able to go to Disneyland without them.
My name is Anna. I'm in my 40s. I am the mother of twin boys. I started working with Amanda back in 2005.
By the way, I'm very anti-twins, but that's a whole other topic.
I miss seeing her every single day. I think the first time I saw her again was when they first opened Downtown Disney. I couldn't hug her, which was kind of sad, but it was so amazing to see her and to have our giggly moments again. When I first became a mom, it did take over my life because I had twin boys. It was all about them. My life revolved around my family, but I quickly started to feel like I was losing myself, and that bothered me. I looked for outlets on finding myself. And around that time, I started to get closer to Amanda. Since we were both new moms and we were working together, every year on our birthdays, we would go towards Disneyland. We had such a great time together and decided maybe that's our time to be a kid again, to find ourselves again. So when we're in the parks, it's just about us being kids again. It's not about our families. It's not about work. It's not about everything else that's going on in our lives. It's about just enjoying who we are at that time and just getting caught up in the magic, I guess.
Anna and I love going to Disneyland because we go to blow off steam and we go to unwind. We have other things stimulating us rather than us being the ones to take care of everything else and everyone else.
But at Disneyland, nobody really cares what you're doing or how you're acting. You could be with or without kids. You're just not.
And so the idea was to shoot them there, not shoot them with a gun, shoot them with a camera, shoot them, and then interview them and take their vocal so that I wasn't inside of the video. Yeah, Dirty Dancer, deal's the deal. And I still have like an hour more to go. But yeah, so essentially the idea was to kind of like tell it through somebody else's eyes. And so, you know, just an 8-minute long video, nothing too terribly long, but just kind of how different. I love how different people consume the park, and being during the pandemic, and then being good friends that were missing each other during work. So it was fun. So Tim Reed. Dude, I said, you guys heard me say that I was not accepting any more time. If you want a refund, I'll give it to you. God. Okay. I have 58 minutes to add on the board. That's what I agreed to. And I told you guys with peace and love that I wouldn't be adding any other one. Don't start with me, Breeze. I'm adding 58 on, and then I'm going to think about Tim Reed. There's the 58 that I said I would do. Let's switch over. I'm going to think about what to do about Tim's very generous, but very like, I'm going to get you. And I love how they all come in right at the end. Damn you, Tim. I'm going to think about that. I do appreciate the $50. I do. Add for another live video, friend. It's bail money. Oh, he said not to add time, just for hanging in there. Oh, that's super sweet of you, Tim. I appreciate that. Thanks, bud. Thank you. What are you doing? What are you doing to me? All right, so we are at least going till 5:28. And then that'll be the cutoff. Anyways, this video showing the park through different people, different perspectives. So we'll come up kind of to the end of it here, because it kind of switches a little bit of a more serious tone.
How much I enjoyed seeing others experience the magic. I miss the crowds, and I never thought I would say that because I always hated when it was busy. But now I really miss it. I miss that vibe so much.
it's more of like re-falling in love with it now, is because there's the nostalgia, or waiting in those stupid long lines. While you're there, you don't think about that, but you love every second of it.
There's nothing else that eases my soul.
So this is the morning of Rise of the Resistance opening up, and I put this in black and white. I use black and white and a border around the frame sometimes to indicate time, that we're not in a current time. And there's this rule that I have: if I'm editing it and it starts to make me cry, then I know that I'm hitting the right tone. And just like seeing all of this during the weird Touch of Disney days, it was like, oh man, I'm in trouble.
I let it all go out the window.
We're cool, Dave.
No smoke in my eyes. I can hear the wind chiming. It's always been you.
But now, going as an adult, I think you're bringing back that memory and that feeling. It's home. It's very much like home.
Experiencing the vibe with everybody else. That same thing that I missed. I missed the people. I missed the smells and the music. I miss just taking it all in, right? Of course, I'm looking forward to getting on my favorite rides, like everybody else is. But it's just about being there and forgetting everything else outside of those walls. When people see that you're happy and having a great time, they're happy with you and they're having a great time. They don't question that. And I think when her and I are together, it just feels more freeing when nobody seems to give a damn if you're having a great time or not.
Let it all go out the window. No smoke in my eyes. I can hear the wind chiming. It's always been you.
I think you're bringing back that memory and that feeling. It's home. It's very much like home.
So there you go. That was just an idea to try to do. No, sir, I didn't finish the report. Brickey kept getting super chats. That's great. Yeah, so just the idea was to tell different video, or to tell the Disneyland story from different people's perspectives, and kind of use like what I've learned as an amateur filmmaker to do this stuff. But I had tried that concept a long time ago. And I still believed in it, so it was fun to try it with them. But it's just like lots of things that I try, and I go, oh, you know what? The channel's not big enough yet. Because there's a certain threshold that, when you put tons of time into things, even though like I don't really make a profit. I don't think I make a profit off of how much time I put into this right now. There is a certain threshold that things have to get to so you can justify the time spent. Because even though, I like doing what I'm passionate about, there is like a part of it that's like, it has to be practical, that it's going to go towards something so that I can keep doing it, And so a long time ago, I'll show you guys quickly the first version of that, which is this right here. Once again, I did it with a woman just to try to get out of the white male narration.
My name is Mariana
of the park.
And I'm a citizen of Disneyland.
Disneyland has now ended its normal operating day. We hope you've enjoyed your visit to the Magic Kingdom and that the memories you've made will bring you back again soon. While the rest of the park closes, Main Street will remain open for an additional hour for your shopping convenience. Thank you.
Well, well, well. Look what you just did. You have officially shut down. Hey friends, as you know, I love coming to Disneyland and meeting. That guy with a lot longer hair. So she had put together a Disney bucket list thing. And one of her bucket list things was like, oh, I want to shut down the park like Brickey does. And so we happened to be at the park the same night that it shut down. And so I filmed this along with her. But this one was more me doing the interview live because we were there. Dude, the fog that night was so amazing. I have footage of Galaxy's Edge that looks phenomenal from this night. But this is like interviewed on the spot.
Yes. First time we've hung out. First time you hung out with me and my friends. Yes. But you saw, like, on the other side.
I'm giving her that Adam the Woo height difference vibe.
You're a mom, you're going to bed early at night, and you're seeing these maniacs that are like at Disneyland, same age group, shutting it down and doing all this stuff. Like, you obviously had to think.
It works a lot better without me in the video. Like, just hearing people talk. It's more work because then you have to edit down the audio, but I think it plays better.
Something to put these things on a list.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of FOMO happening.
FOMO's part of my job.
So yeah, we just walked around, talked, asked her some questions and stuff, and check out this fog here at the end when we were leaving. Look at that foggy. That's great looking. Dude, that night was awesome. Like the amount of fog. So anyways, yeah, the thing that I did with them, it was an idea that I had before. But you know, I try things. If they don't work out, but I believe in them, I keep them in my back pocket, and then I try them again when I think that there is enough space to sort of justify trying them again. It's all a work in progress. All right, let me see. What else can we get into today? Cinder says another favorite AID video you did was the one where you visited the location Disney was supposed to be at. Pretty deep convo. Yeah. That's the only time I've re-uploaded something. But I show you. I'm gonna probably upload this other video of mine. Oh, I'm still here, Enemy. I'm still here. I am still here. I want to show you guys like a older video that I'm trying to get back to doing some stuff in this style. It just takes a lot of time. And so I'm working on it. It'll get there. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate that, bud. How far back is this thing? It's back far. It's weird when you're doing it every day, you don't necessarily see it growing, but when you stop and look backwards, you're like, oh yeah, it all is kind of going someplace. Where, I don't know, but it's going someplace. Where is this damn thing? So far back in the archive. There it is. So this is a video that I worked on called Disneyland Rocks. This predates Imagineering Story. This one's not as emotional as the first one. Chris, to join 1313, you have to go to the website, club1313.com. And if you did that and you're trying to get to the Discord, I have to manually get you in there because it's a private Discord. So not sure what we're working with, but just to give you a crash course on how it works. Anyways, so I'm working on doing videos, more videos like this. They just take a lot of time, but the reason why the podcast has been delayed is I thought maybe I'd gotten good enough at editing and all that stuff. Yeah, Chris Murray. It's as people were super chatting, I was just like, somebody gave like $5 right when I was saying goodbye. I'm like, oh, I'll give you 5 more minutes. And then somebody else gave like $3. I'm like, oh, I'll do 3 more minutes. And here I sit. I will be live till 5:30, and then no more. I had to find my charge cord. Yeah, this is wild that we all sucked into this. Anyways, I thought that I could make these videos faster. And even though it is going faster, it takes a lot of time. So I want to get back to these type of videos, but this is one that I'm thinking about re-uploading. Would be curious to hear what you guys think.
Not that kind of rock, these kind of rocks. Disneyland rocks. Disney creates the best fences, walls, and barriers ever designed. Let's explore the immersion of Disneyland and why Disneyland rocks. And really, it's a Disneyland story about rocks.
You may have noticed that over the years, there's been a few rocks at Disneyland. Man-made bedrock, mountains, caves, and eventually full mountain ranges. To explore where this design trick came from, let's start first with Disneyland's original mountain from 1959, Matterhorn. Birthed on a massive pile of dirt left over from Sleeping Beauty's castle named Lookout Mountain, Walt Disney had a much larger vision and wanted to build a real mountain in its place. Matterhorn is not only Disneyland's first mountain, but their first roller coaster and the world's first tubular steel coaster. Consisting of wood and steel infrastructure surrounded by man-made rock. With one lift hill per track, bringing riders to their peak, letting gravity take you back down the mountain, mostly unpowered. Matterhorn is layered with great creative problem solving, hiding 2 separate roller coaster tracks, but it also hid the central pylon of the Disneyland Skyway and uses a pool of water to slow down the cart and cool off its brakes. How do you keep the magic of Fantasyland hidden from the technology of Tomorrowland? By placing a nearly 150-foot mountain between the two. Matterhorn can only be found in Disneyland, where since the day it opened, it has been the highest point at the Disneyland Park. California Adventure would use the template of a mountain as a divisional wall to keep Hollywoodland and Carthay Circle feeling distant and secluded from Pixar Pier, using the monstrous Grizzly Peak to masterfully. I was always so mad that I didn't do that backwards. Divide and hide 2 very different lands from one another. Because then I could have went from the infographic to the Mickey wheel. Like, it just, if I did it over, I would do. I'm not doing it over, but if I did it over again, that would have been a better transition. Disneyland mountains don't always need to separate lands. Sometimes they're used as anchor attractions to set up the outer perimeter of the park. For years, Splash Mountain and Big Thunder Mountain acted as walls to keep Disneyland away from the rest of the world. Even though they may be made by man, they feel real to those that believe in the magic and to those that want to escape from the real world and spend a day submerged in Disneyland. So whenever I do these, I always try to do them in chapters, and I base the chapters around like music selection. And then I take the song and I kind of bend it out to get it in there and get the story to fit in there so that it's like nice and fast. So that was sort of what I like to do is kind of, there was like 3 intros in there. There was the crazy commercial from Disneyland in the 90s that was like real cheesy because I wanted the cover to be like, oh, Disneyland rocks, dude. And then you're like, oh, no, it's actually about the rocks. And I did that little shot in there where I pulled out from the skin or from the screen grab, and then you see me in the real world. But yeah, that was just to kind of set up the story. So telling the story of Matterhorn and kind of talking about how the rocks are used as barriers, kind of get you going along the path on what we're going to go on. Well, Rob, I really didn't have anything else to talk about today. So yeah, I've just been relying on the back catalog and playing older videos and talking about how to make them, because I don't know, there's not a lot of Disneyland story to get into right now. But what lives on the other side? Designing within constraint at its finest. So I thought one of the best ways to show people the importance of the rocks was to not only explain to you like why they're there, but then to actually illustrate in a kind of a funny way what would it be like if they weren't there. You know, like it's an easy thing to walk into Galaxy's Edge and be like, whoa, it's so cool looking. But if you really break down fundamentally what the design trick is, it's amazing. Yeah, Rob, just like I'm back on tour, man, playing some of the greatest hits. What lives on the other side of these peaks? What creative problem do these modern mountain walls solve? Man-made cul-de-sacs of chipped and broken bedrock. The Disneyland immersion creates clean sight lines, making real-world problems disappear. Beautiful to look at, the immersion of Disney creates the most elaborate fences, walls, and barricades Instagram has ever seen. The pride of California adventure, the town known as Radiator Springs, placed on the edge of the park, directly over its signature Cadillac mountain ranges, you'll find over 2,000 hotel rooms and nearly 2 million square feet of convention space. After making one mountain, I guess the next creative challenge is to create a mountain range. As Disneyland expands into the future, the city of Anaheim also grows. The massive 14-acre Galaxy's Edge forced Imagineers and forced perspectives to keep the Force inside of Batuu and away from over 6 stories of 15,000 parking spaces. The big drop and peak of Splash Mountain keeps the Haunted Mansion show building, backstage work areas, and downtown Disney out of sight and out of mind. The outer shell of the Disneyland mountain ranges create exploration. So essentially I'm walking through these different icons and kind of explaining to you like, this is why that's there. That's why Splash Mountain fits, because the mountain blocks the view of this. Or how when they did the problem solving for Galaxy's Edge, like, well, we're on the outer edge. We have a massive park and garage behind us. We have the city of Anaheim behind us. Like, how do we get the full immersion there? So I wanted to break down for people that had never quite thought about, like, oh, Cars fits in its spot because the Cadillac mountain range keeps us from seeing the hotel. But this next little sequence of how I stitched the rides together, this is something that I did here that you see me do a lot in my videos today, where, like, you know, when I go through a tunnel, I'll be on the Matterhorn and Katie from Best Life will be behind me, or like, I love stitching together their rides. So when you see me get onto an attraction by taking you someplace else in the park and stitching together all these different vibes, it makes it hopefully exciting to watch, that it's not like, oh, he's just riding Big Thunder Mountain for the 100th time. It's like Big Thunder to Splash inside of Snow White, back over to Matterhorn, and he's got a friend with him. And so this idea of stitching together rides is something that I always wanted to do, just to make it kind of exciting and magical through editing. Drawing you deeper and deeper into the Disneyland story. So very happy with the way that this turned out. We all know they promise and deliver on adventure. Getting that where the music has that free fall moment in it, where it's like it's just the waves of the guitar there, and that moment when you're at the top of a roller coaster where there's really no gravity pulling you one way or the other, you're just kind of in that teeter-totter, like lining those two that audio emotion out with that visual emotion was just like, oh. Sometimes, man, when you're working and it works out, it works out. I was just like, oh God, that feels so good. Feels so good to put those two things together.
They promise and deliver on adventure.
Just this part right here.
Possibly the best recent.
I particularly love the shot of Matterhorn into Radiator Springs, because at the time it's like, you know, like first to, you know, almost newest. I mean, I guess the stuff in Batu is more backdrop, but like from first to newest, like I love that stitch of time together. Work together so well.
And possibly the best recent Disneyland immersion trick, the backside of water. Using a waterfall to disguise the entrance to the Phantasmic Riverboat Floats Warehouse. Surrounded by rock, covered with dirt, accessible by water by turning off the falls, accessible by land from the Galaxy's Edge service entrance.
So originally, I just had the graphic, and I did like, you know, a label came up here and there. I'm like, I don't know, it just feels so lame after that stitching together of all those different rides. So then I went back into Google Earth and I reshot it, doing a little bit of like spinning around in animation, and then I put it into Premiere and like fine tuned it. But this little like pull out of the camera, spin it around and put it back down. It's such like you get more bang for your buck than you would any other way off of just a recorded Google Earth image. Rob. With peace and love to Rob and Chris, I am adding on no more minutes when I get to 5:30. With peace and love, peace and love. I appreciate your super chats, but with peace and love. I think that my wife will kill me if I stay in here all night. If I was home by myself, I could probably go till tomorrow. I have not fallen from the castle a second time, Chris, but don't worry. We could easily get there again. Anyways, just think about a stagnant Google Earth image and then think about animating that. It just puts so much more into the story. And even though it takes more time, I'm always willing to go those extra steps because I'm so like, I can't remember everything that I had to do during the month that I made this video. Like, I can't remember, like, oh, I got to go to the grocery store. I got to let the dog out. Like, I can't remember any of those tasks. All that's left is the work. So it's always if it's worth it to you and you're the client, it's always worth it to put that extra level of work into things if it matters to you.
Covered with dirt, accessible by water by turning off the falls, accessible by land from the Galaxy's Edge
such an easy little
entrance. Hidden by the Land Speeder Service Garage.
So I did not have that photo, and I looked everywhere to find that building, everywhere. And I was going to pull a screen capture out of somebody's 360 camera, and then I was like, you idiot, go to Google Earth. I hopped into a photo bubble on Google Earth. I took the photo, but to make it feel more than just a photo, I did a little pan and scan on it. So when it comes together, it has that good like takeaway from the end of the song fading out. Like it just kind of feels like, you know, the camera's going around to hit the end.
From the Galaxy's Edge service entrance. Hidden by the Land Speeder Service Garage.
So essentially those last three shots were all just photos, but just kind of finessing the way that the camera moves just makes it feel so much more fluid. Now, the next part, if I know my video, is I wanted to explain how Disney actually makes the rocks. And I wanted to do it as quickly as possible so I wouldn't lose people's attention span, but as accurately as possible. And the first chapter, like there's those fun little moments in the beginning to kind of keep you disoriented. You don't know where you're going to go. Then it was like an emotional chapter. And then I wanted to do something that was like a little bit lighthearted so that when I got to the finale, it wasn't like emotion. Like you kind of got to take people in a different direction so they can feel the ending of the video. So purposefully, that's why it's in the like second to last chapter.
With the limited amount of space and land in Anaheim, projects like Radiator Springs, the true prequel to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. These two projects prove that the Imagineers are pushing themselves to grow the park while keeping out a growing city. And one would say both of these experiences are made better by these creative challenges. But how does the storytelling of architectural immersion work? Let's try to break this down in about 20 seconds. Hand sculpted by artists at a miniature scale, then 3D scanned and rendered, printed into hangable frames with this guy. Frames are like small puzzle pieces, which then are covered with wire mesh. The puzzle pieces are then hung on supportive structures, which puts the puzzle back together, covered with magic plaster, and then back to hand carving and painting. Like many things in the creative space, you end up right where you started. They've been building rocks at Disneyland for over 60 years now, and they've gotten pretty good at it. It seems like any style of rock formation is possible.
So when I made this video, I knew from the very beginning that I was going to make renderings of the park without the rocks. So in this like fun chapter, show people how they're made. So you're like, oh, wow, that's how it's done. But then show them the significance by removing the rocks.
Possible. But let's imagine a Disneyland with no rocks. What if Matterhorn had no walls?
Looks like crap.
What if the Galaxy's Edge was the parking's edge?
Yeah, that's so sick. Millennium Falcon just right in front of Mickey and friends.
What if the Radiator Spring Racers were the Anaheim Convention Center Racers?
Dude, they're going so fast on Catella.
And what if Splash Mountain was just a splash?
Yeah, in your face, Knott's Berry Farms.
This is the Disneyland I never want to live in.
So essentially, because you change the pace there and you do those two different things for the last 2 minutes and 10 seconds, you're back in the opening of switching people's emotions back into like a strong ending. Right though, Gina? Like seeing it without that, like seeing Splash Mountain if it was just a log fume ride, or seeing, any of those without the rocks, it gives it so much more context. Emotional ending.
No one would even argue that Disneyland feels different than other amusement or theme parks. The illusion is in its details, the design details, poured into every square inch, from every attraction to every park bench.
I can remember the script.
The design details that make it seem like a real city. But the best design detail, possibly of all, was the decision made in the beginning to design the land in Disney Land.
Because I'm not a good reader or a good writer, I like to use double up on words. Like I love to say design the land in Disneyland. My mind takes nickel words and ties them together. But I really wanted to convey like the idea that they just didn't build rides is one thing. But the idea that they actually went in and landscaped and made mountains and hills. Because, Southern California is pretty flat on the other side of the mountains when you head towards the coast. So they went in and actually designed the land of Disneyland. That's my style of writing and podcasting. But in this song that I chose here, it has this like little breakdown. And in that breakdown, I wanted to go I love taking the slower music, going back in time to the black and white and sort of quieter music, quieter times, and then switching back over into the color stuff with more action and more tenacity behind it.
To design the land in Disney Land. The streams, rivers, ponds, lagoons, walkways, trails, and hills. And Disneyland rocks.
Did that classic footage of the camera taking that journey with Dumbo, but then the fact that it stayed on Matterhorn was just like such a perfect find. I think I toyed with it a little bit to make this like hold a little bit more. Like there's actual visual effects that I put in a lot of these old videos to kind of move the camera inside of them. But just finding that like flowing through air with that single tapping of the piano and then just like finding the subject matter again in the frame. Awesome. Happy accident.
Lagoons, walkways, trails, and hills. And Disneyland rocks. Put all of these design elements together with the storytelling, nostalgia, and magic associated with the Disney brand, and you have the happiest place on earth.
So fun thing is I knew what my last shot was. I knew where I wanted to end. And part of it is this parade sequence, but it was so weird seeing Mickey bang the drum and not hearing the drum. So I actually went back, found a similar drum sound and manually added that in so you can kind of hear it when I play it. But it was so weird looking without the drum sound.
Happiest place on earth.
Again, Mickey.
And its mountains are monuments to a commitment to create a safe space where everyone can be a kid for a day when you leave the real world on the other side of those Disneyland rocks.
So there you go. I definitely want to get back to making more of those. I'm in the middle of working on one right now, but they are so time consuming. Tony Mac, what's up, bud? Good to see you. Is there footage of them moving the carousel? Man, I don't know. There's footage I would love to see where Captain Hook's boat. Thank you, Gary. I appreciate that, bud. Captain Hook's boat, parts of it were built at where Mr. Lincoln's at now in the Disneyland Opera House. And they moved it by crane over to where the restaurant would go. So technically, at some point in Disneyland's history, there really was a pirate ship flying through the sky, even though it was via crane. And I have looked everywhere for that. Everywhere. And I cannot find footage of that. I have also looked for footage of when they put the swimming pool on Main Street. And I even went through all the local news historical footage of the date where they did that out on Main Street, and I could not find it. And I have the photos. I had an idea for doing a video about them turning the Main Street into a pool, or kind of like all the multi-uses of Main Street over the day. And damn, I couldn't find it. All right. So yeah, Disneyland rocks. What a topic. What a thing to be obsessed with. Thanks, Lauren. It's like the little details. Details are great if you don't notice them, because that means that they work. But you would probably notice if they weren't there. And that's when you're getting into the perfect amount of detailing into whatever project that you're working on. All right. It's kind of fun looking at these and talking about making stuff, and also giving us a perfect segue to talk about more Disneyland stuff. So I did that one, and That only got 1.7 thousand views. Oh, God. Yeah, this was June of 2019. One thumb down, though. Probably came today. 1,700 views. But the video that I did the month before that I worked really, really hard on, was this. And this one has like 58,000 views, and it did really, really well. So I thought, oh, I'd finally figured out something that would work on YouTube. Like I found my thing, and I was cool with working all month long on making one video at a time. And then the second one tanked, and I'm like, oh, I thought they were all going to do good, because if they fall apart and I spend a whole month on something, I'm never going to get anywhere. I'm never going to get to where I want to go. Are the teacups in their original spot when the park opened? Yeah, so when the park first opened, it was the carousel was moved forward and the teacups set behind it, but then they wanted to put the carousel back where the teacups were, so the teacups got moved over to the Alice corner. So yeah, this was the one that I got lucky with, and I thought, oh, it'll always be like, this is my thing. And then the second one didn't work, and then I was like, oh shit, what happens if you spend a whole month working on something and it's a failure? Thanks, John. I appreciate that, bud. I really do.
In 1960, Walt Disney Imagineering gave the world audio animatronics.
So I remember people gave me fighting on this. People were like, hey, some of this isn't made by Disney. And I said, yeah. It's called Animated, the Future of Disney Animatronics. It's not called the 10 Best Things that Disney Ever Built. So what I wanted to do in this one is I wanted to take what Disney was doing in the area of robotics and what the rest of the world, like Boston Dynamics, was doing, and merge them together in the art of storytelling to say, this is what they've done, this is what they're working on, and where the possible future could go.
And for nearly 6 decades, the world has been working on perfecting them. And it seems technology is getting close to perfection.
So that first 30 seconds, insane amount of work, designed just around like lots of different clips off of different robots, kind of give you an idea of where we're going with it. Now, I had some people complain like, just get to the point. But I say you're stupid, because context is so important in storytelling. Like all the time, people on my Spider-Man video where he flies, so like, they should just shoot it off. It's stupid. Like the shows, I'm like, so they're just going to shoot us flying Spider-Man off with no context. I mean, I get it. People are busy. Internet people have no patience. But like this part of the animatronics story is really important to kind of figure out. Like, Disney invented this stuff, man. Like Walt Disney saw this in his mind, hired the proper people to build this and to make all of this happen. Like, if you leave this part of the story out, you might as well not even tell the story, or just make it so nerdy about robotics. But it's like, whenever you make stuff, people feel like some people feel like if every second isn't about that topic, you're clickbaiting me. I'm like, no, you're just dumb. You just don't understand that this is important context to this story, because you're just somebody who's clicking on something for some sort of gratification you're looking at, and I'm actually trying to teach you something, dumb.
It's often been said, if you want a job done right, then you need to do it yourself. But maybe someone should add to that. If you want something done that's different, you need to find someone who sees the world in a different way. When Disneyland opened on July 17th, 1955, it was unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. truly an American original. And its originality was birthed from its core design principles: storytelling, immersion, and technology. The transformation of turning the orange grove of Anaheim, California into Disneyland, USA is an illusion.
It's an illusion, Michael. It's an illusion.
To step inside is to step inside of the Disneyland story. And for the day, you leave your problems and your worries all behind. Disneyland was designed by filmmakers and storytellers, not architects and engineers. By the time the front gates had opened, Walt Disney Pictures had already made over 25 full-length films. And even though they set out to design a theme park,
non-consent,
they ended up creating a stage.
Hey, check this out. Watch Wendy Darling's face.
Design a theme park.
At some point, she's too small for the animators to animate her face, so it's just like a head with no eyes on it.
And even though they set out to design a theme park.
See, she doesn't have a face. How great is that? I mean, I get it. Neither does that little kid, but I get it. Like sometimes when you try to put the details in, they just like close up on you. So better to not have her look like a monster. But I just always loved when I was editing this that I caught that part where she doesn't have a face.
They ended up creating a stage. Once you walk under the train tracks, you step on a stage at Disneyland. You step into a world that you can never see out of. Whether walking through its streets, shopping on Main Street, or discovering one of its many lands, the design of the park creates full immersion. You're not just at Disneyland, you're inside of it. You step inside the story, and the story comes to life.
I always love lining up that footage where that bell rings and then the people like magically appear. So the whole idea is like Disneyland is a place full of stories. These were filmmakers, not architects. They wanted to bring stories to life. Making a robot, to us, seems like an obvious way to tell a story. But when you want, I just made a weird hunger sound. But when you look back in the context of that, it probably wasn't so obvious, right? Like, and that's why context is king, because it's like you have to take the world that you know it and erase it and go back and think, no, only this exists at this moment. And so the reason why I wanted to put this chapter in here is to make people understand, like, oh, the audio animatronic was a storytelling device. That's the birth of where it came about. Very immersive magic show. Like, a lot of magic happens. Liani, I'm so glad you're having fun.
The story was set, the stage was built, but it would take 8 years to add lifelike characters that could do more than simple movements. In 1950, Walt Disney, on a vacation in New Orleans, found an antique singing bird in a cage. In Walt's determined mind, Disney had been doing animation on film for over a decade. It would be a worthy challenge to try some three-dimensional animation. And when,
because that's essentially what the animatronics was, is a three-dimensional animation. Like, we've animated all kinds of stuff on the big screen. How do we animate the real world?
Technology caught up to imagination, audio animatronics were born. The first project was the 1963 Enchanted Tiki Room, where the audio recorded on tape would not only create sound, but inform the robotics how to animate their movements. The technology that was created to flap feathers, raise wings, and move beaks had so much more promise for the world of themed entertainment. The Tiki Room's simple birds, flowers, and tiki gods were just a promising start to a bright future. In Hollywood, sometimes you have to audition for the job you want. Walt's Tiki Room was the audition that got Disney hired to create 4 major attractions for 1964's World's Fair in New York City, where Disney brought a small-scale Disneyland to the fair to salute the children of the world, a 9-minute boat ride titled It's a Small World, a Salute to UNICEF. In Progress Land, Disney created a unique theater experience, circling the audience around various stages in the center.
Once again, that's another instance where you animate a still image and it adds like so much life to the story by taking that infographic that somebody else made of the theater there, but spinning it kind of gives you more life.
Theater experience, circling the audience around various stages in the center. In the Ford Rotunda allowed fairgoers.
It was so hard to find footage inside of the Ford Rotunda.
Riding the Magic Skyway to travel back in time comfortably in a Ford convertible. Pepsi, Ford Motor Company, General Electric, and the state of Illinois would hire Disney to master the first wave of audio animatronics, providing both the capital and experience to perfect a new way to bring characters to life and tell stories at the Disneyland park. The next 3 years would bring 2 of the most beloved A1 series audio animatronic attractions.
I slowed that footage down to try to get those lights to like meet that same pacing of the music.
Audio animatronic attractions. Pirates of the Caribbean and the Haunted Mansion. But the next 3 years would also bring one of Disneyland's biggest creative setbacks, the death of Walt Disney. Even though Walt would only live long enough to see one scene completed from Pirates of the Caribbean, Walt Disney Imagineering painstakingly met Walt's legacy of perfection.
And actually, that's not the scene that he saw, but that's the scene that I had the most footage where I could go from like the clear into like the finished piece. But the actual scene that he saw was the one that's opposite there. It's not the auction, but it's the one with the red-headed pirate, not the red-headed chick, but one of the dudes, where I think maybe it is the auction scene. I don't know, but I know that this isn't the first one. And I was like, oh man, do I put that in there? Is it like misleading because it's not the scene? I'm like, yeah, most people probably won't know. And it's the one that you have the best amount of footage on to tell like the best visual story. But I was ready for somebody to call me out on it.
But that was then, and this is now. As time moves on, so do possibilities. Parts get smaller, computers get more powerful, and today it seems Disney Imagineers can bring almost any character to life. Dragons in their castles, attraction hosts, ghosts, nighttime shows. This guy, villains, a damsel in distress, monsters, unexpected heroes, yetis.
You knew I had to put Rocket going underneath that pipe because I love that move is so good to make him interact with his, to make the animatronic interact with the real world environment. Rocket going underneath that pipe is just genius.
Cars, whatever this guy is, the possibilities seem endless. And anything can come to life due to A100 and A1000 series animatronics. A great example of animatronic evolution, the original A1 series, Abraham Lincoln, contrasted with Garner Holt Productions' A100 series Lincoln and Alfred, with countless areas of articulation.
So this is why YouTube is so frustrating. I have this version of Lincoln in the opening credits, and I also used it like in some promo pieces, and people will be like, just so you know, that's not Disney's version of Abraham Lincoln. And I would write back, just so you know, it's covered in the video, you idiot. You didn't watch the video, yet you're going to go out of your way to tell me what I did wrong. Like, it's mentioned that it's Garner Holt Productions, this one and the next one that comes up in the sequence. Like, what do you think? I'm like an amateur Disney historian? Of course it's not theirs. It's mentioned in there. But people will literally, like, I had a former Imagineer. Guy's just like such a stickler. He wrote me, he's like, just wanted to let you know that your video is inaccurate. I'm like, I just want to let you know that I can tell that you didn't watch the video because your feedback is inaccurate. That's a Garner Holt piece. It says it in there. Like, what am I supposed to break the opening montage of the video? I'm like, hey, everybody, just so you know, some of these robots in here, they're not made by Walt Disney, okay? All right, I'll see you later on in the video to explain more.
And animation. Dangerously close to sliding into the uncanny valley, where it's natural to feel feelings of eeriness and revulsion when something feels too close to being human. The advancement of the A100 animatronics have entered us into an age where the most advanced characters ever imagined are being created and brought to life, making Walt's dream our reality.
Finding that shot of them turning the lights out on Lincoln and like bookending that piece together and having that new, like, fantastical Lincoln made by Garner Holt Productions, just like made for such a great chapter.
As we move into the future with these advanced characters, what happens when we combine technologies? Adding lighting effects,
Gary,
digital image mapping, or characters with projected faces able to sing, tell complicated stories, and convey the complexities that made us fall in love with them. Now imagine a future where we shift from pre-programmed animatronics to artificial intelligence, where we can interact with a character by throwing in a ball. Or attractions where free robotic characters can climb walls, fly through the air.
Now, this is all just robotic stuff that wasn't done by Disney. But I think the transition was made clear that, like, this is where the technology's at. We're now at a moment where these characters don't need to be tethered to the ground. And that's literally what I want to get to, is like the autonomy and the freedom that you could use with this technology, because that's where the world is headed. And that's what's said in the first 10 seconds of the video.
Swim through a lagoon. Free roaming, free standing, free flying. Able to tell stories in a way they've never been told before.
The free roaming, free standing, free flying, like, that's my writing style. Like, just use the same word like 3 times and tie it all together. And by the way, like, Grammarly or anything like that's like, you're using this word too much. I'm like, no, it's the art of storytelling. It's connecting things together with using the same word. Get out of here, Grammarly.
No longer required to be stationary for their programming, characters can now walk through scenes. Imagine a next wave of attractions where robotic characters are able to perform their own stunts. Imagine a Disney show where a human actor can step out of sight and let their stunt be performed by a flying robot.
I already predicted the Spider-Man show. I knew exactly how it was going to work as soon as I saw this footage. And by the way, this footage was what inspired to make this the first one of this little documentary, because I probably have a list of, like, I don't know, 25, 50 of these that I want to make. But they just take a lot of time, and my channel's not big enough to get it back, but I knew as soon as I saw it flying, I go, oh, you have a guy stand here, goes behind something, shoot the Spider-Man, second guy pops out on the other end. Perfect. Genius.
Man can't fly, but maybe a flying robot man can. No one knows what the future holds, but remember, anything is possible at Disneyland.
It's a new door, it's a new toy for us. We're having a lot of fun, and we hope we can really do some exciting things in the future.
And I left the little thing at the end for people to make it to the end. So there you go. That was my first Disneyland documentary. Something I definitely hope to get back to. They are just a lot of work, and we'll see. We'll get to them. It's something I want to do. Just wish that the web was clear. I know they made a big mistake on that, not getting that clear rope. So good. So good. Kevin Williams, nice. Went to work a few hours ago, wondering if the stream was still going. Still going, but it's going to be ending in 10 seconds. That's right. I have fulfilled my obligations. The last donations that came in were the Brickey robot trying to leave the live stream. All right, we did it, guys. I don't know why we did it, but we did it. And I'm not going to say it was the best stream, but I am going to say it was a lot of fun. And I hope you guys had fun hanging out with me today, as I was your bud at work, or maybe your bud when you came home from work, or maybe your bud that was doing household chores with you. But anyways, you have to sing Happy Birthday, Brickey. No. I played the clip of me serenading Leota. Tim, thank you so much for the super chat and for your understanding. I appreciate it, bud. 3.5 hours. 4.5. Oh, you did 3.5 hours with me. Lightweight. All right, I'm going to end right at 4:30. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I just want to get that even time. I'm that kind of person. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you for all the super chats. Very, very generous. This just became like a fun, wacky thing to do. And if you know me, that's the type of thing that turns me on. You know what I mean? That's the type of thing where I'm like, oh yeah, that just sounds stupid enough that I'll do it. So I want to thank all you guys hanging out with me and having fun. And, yeah, it ended up becoming just looking at like a lot of my old videos. And I hope it wasn't like look how cool I am, but just like, hey, I've been trying this for a while. I wanted to show you some of the things I learned and explain to you why I do the things that I do. So hopefully you can appreciate it more, or, come on board and become part of the family. So thank you so much to all my friends over at Club 1313 for making today possible, and for everybody else that showed up, for all of our super chatters. And I will see you real soon. And don't forget, Friday will be a members only live stream from the park. Have a good